Heavenly Father, we praise you for this wonderful day, for your countless blessings, and for our loved ones whose support has given us strength. Lord, provide us the wisdom, courage, and faith in these uncertain times so that we will stay within the circle of your will. We acknowledge that only you know what tomorrow holds. We ask you, therefore, to elevate our senators, world leaders, and committed citizens to continue to seek solutions for the living of these days. From every grain of Florida's sand to the currents of the Potomac, from sea to shining sea, give us gratitude for your generous beneficence. Lord, use us to bring peace to these turbulent times. We pray in your majestic name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 25, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Pete Ricketts, a senator from the state of Nebraska, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the House message with respect to S. 1383, which the clerk will report.
House message to accompany S. 1383, an act to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, we're on day 40 of Democrat shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Day 40. And that's on top of Democrats' record-breaking 43-day full government shutdown in the fall. Altogether, thanks to Senate Democrats, a lot of DHS employees have been working without pay for more than 80 days so far in droves. Anyone would be. If they've been working without pay for almost 50% of the fiscal year so far. My Democrat colleagues, of course, are working with pay, having rejected a Republican proposal to stop senators' pay while DHS continues to be shut down. But I'm hoping that Democrats can at least envision what it's like for stressed-out Homeland Security workers wondering if they'll be able to pay their rent. And I hope they'll recognize the situation can't continue. Homeland Security workers are hurting. Travelers are beyond fed up with the disastrous situation at U.S. airports. And we cannot continue to keep this critical department unfunded. Democrats have a proposal before them with legislative text, the latest serious offer from Republicans to get this department back up and running. Democrats have repeatedly said that they want to pay TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, and employees who defend America from cyber attacks. This bill would do it. I hope Democrats will work with us to finalize an agreement. My Democrat colleagues have spent a lot of time hedging. And that's been particularly evident on the issue of voter ID, something that Democrats have spent years decrying as a tool of voter suppression, but are now suggesting they somehow support. Democrats can read the polls as well as any of us. And I suspect that Democrats are not eager to be seen as on the 20% side of an 80-20 issue. So they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. And so the Democrat leader is out there claiming Democrats support voter ID. As long, of course, as he doesn't have to vote for any ID proposal that we actually put forward. On Thursday, the junior Republican senator from Ohio offered an eminently reasonable voter ID proposal. All that it would have done is require a photo ID for voters when they go to the polls. A driver's license, military ID, tribal ID, passport, the types of IDs that are sitting in wallets right now that the American people use on a regular basis. Democrats said no, we don't like that. And so they blocked it. And more than blocked it, Mr. President, the junior senator from Oregon offered an alternative bill that would have actually banned voter ID for absentee ballots. And then yesterday, Mr. President, Democrat made it clear that when Democrats say they support voter ID, they mean that they support voter ID just as long as the ID requirements Democrats introduced a few years ago that included a voter ID requirement. Well, sort of. Let me read a few of the IDs that Democrats' bill would have accepted. A debit card, a lease or mortgage document, a utility bill, any document containing the individual's name, not photo, issued by a government, or a photocopy of any one of the above. Now, sure, Mr. President, some of these things are accepted or requested as adjunct documents when you're trying to get something like a driver's license or a library card, along with, things like photo ID or a birth certificate. But just showing a utility bill to prove your identity? Give me a break, Mr. President. If someone asks you for an ID in any other circumstance, you're going to pull out your electric bill? Can you get into a bar by showing your lease? Can you prove eligibility to work at your new job by pulling out the water bill? No, you cannot. And I'd like to see someone try to get on a plane by presenting a photocopy of their debit card. Mr. President, when Republicans say voter ID, we mean an actual ID with a picture issued by a government, the kind of ID that's required for a whole bunch of things in our daily lives. Starting a new job, driving a car, doing an early pickup at school, opening a bank account, getting a library card. The Democrat leader suggested that photo IDs are somehow out of reach for voters, that they need, quote, inclusive voter ID options. Mr. President, how does the Democrat leader think Americans are navigating all of the scenarios I just mentioned? Well, I'll tell them. With their photo IDs. And yet it's somehow an intolerable burden to ask Americans to bring those IDs with them to the polls. Give me a break. Requiring a photo ID isn't onerous. It's common sense. And the American people agree. Poll after poll shows that Americans of both parties strongly support requiring a photo ID at the polls. And just to reassure my Democrat friends, a 2019 study published by the National Bureau of Economic Research found, and I quote, "Strict ID laws have no significant negative effect on registration or turnout. Overall," Mr. President, Democrats are going to have another chance tomorrow to support election integrity by implementing a common sense photo ID requirement. Will they stand with Americans? Or will they continue to oppose any meaningful ID requirement at the polls? Mr. President, I yield the floor. And I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The Democratic leader.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this morning, Democrats sent Republicans our counteroffer on legislation to reopen DHS, pay TSA workers, while at the same time rein in ICE with common-sense guardrails. Our offer is a reasonable, good-faith proposal that contains some of the very same asks Democrats have been talking about now for months. Leader Jeffries and I have spoken about this agenda, and he agrees we need these strong reforms. Now, over the last day, Republicans have made the outrageous and bad faith claim that Democrats are somehow moving the goalposts back in these negotiations. They are saying Democrats changed the ask. They're saying Democrats are backtracking and suddenly introducing new demands at the last minute. This is nonsense. Nonsense. Democrats and the American people have been very clear from the beginning about what we need in order to move forward. We've been talking about ICE reforms from day one. These are not new demands. These are not surprise demands. They are not things we came up with yesterday. They are common sense reforms, reasonable reforms, reforms that police departments across America follow every day. These are reforms the American people overwhelmingly support, and things that Republicans know perfectly well we have been seeking since these negotiations began, since these discussions began as well. So for Republicans to now act as though Democrats have changed our position, as though we've moved the goalpost, is poppycock, bad faith. And for Republicans to send us a proposal that has no reforms is bad faith as well, and will only slow things down. And they know it's bad faith. In fact, over the weekend, Democrats had constructive conversations in person with our Republican colleagues. The Republican colleagues conceded that some of the reforms, verbally, that we have been looking for, they said, these make sense. We thought there might be a path forward on some of the ways to reform ICE and to get some of the things everybody knows ought to be in federal legislation. We thought there had been some progress. But then Republicans sent us their offer yesterday and contained none of what had been talked about, none of the reforms we had been discussing. So if anyone is slowing down negotiation and hurting TSA workers, it's the Republican leadership who did not include one single reform. Republicans, frankly, are struggling to get on the same page among themselves. That's probably why they've been so erratic here. Moderates in the Republican caucus say one thing, conservatives say another. Donald Trump is all over the place, seemingly without a clue of what's going on, and they're still worried about, afraid of what he might choose at a moment's notice with Republicans. We will not walk away. We are not walking away, and we want to get to a solution. We now have given Republicans our colleagues. The Easter holiday is coming. Families are going on spring break. TSA lines are literally stretching out the door of airports. People are exhausted, and our TSA agents need to be paid. Enough is enough. It's time for Republicans to drill down and work with us to solve this thing. We have asked the Republicans 9 times already to support TSA. We have told Republicans just support TSA while we settle these disputes with ICE, and they have refused 9 times. They say they want their position on ICE met first before they do anything to fund TSA and pay our workers. The way to pay TSA is to vote to send their paychecks now while we settle this dispute regarding ICE. We can and must do both. Negotiate reforms to ICE, but vote to pay our TSA workers now. That is why today, for the 10th time, Democrats will go to the floor and join us. Let me say it again. Enough is enough. It is time for Republicans to drill down and work with us to solve this thing. And finally, on the SAVE Act, which seems to have now been intertwined in these negotiations because of Donald Trump and Republican obeisance to him. Let me say this to our Republican colleagues. If you want to shove the SAVE Act into reconciliation, then have at it. You're going to find it very difficult to jam massive changes to the American election system, to turn the American election system inside out, as it were, by using a process that was never designed for that purpose. Reconciliation was not, is not, and will not be intended to be a backdoor for sweeping election law. That's not what it's for. So if Republicans want to head down that road, they should understand it will be a hard road. Democrats will fight them every step of the way on that road, and it will not go the way they think or want. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, as you and we can all see, the cherry blossoms are popping out, peak bloom. And we all know it's a time of year to see the cherry blossoms come during spring break. And it's good to see friends from back home coming to the nation's capital to visit and learn more about how our government functions, or sometimes how it doesn't function as well as we would like. Families taking a vacation, as well as elementary, middle, and high school groups, are learning about civics, which is a good thing. More of our kids need to know how the government works because they are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. So I'm glad the Senate is still debating a very important piece of legislation called the Save America Act, because it really goes to the very foundation of self-government. All it says is that in order to be an American citizen, in order to vote, you need to be an American citizen. And in order to cast a ballot, you have to produce a voter ID. So it makes you wonder, with the polling showing that 70 to 80% of people polled, Republicans, Democrats, Independents alike, support both of those provisions. Why is it that our Democratic colleagues oppose it? Surely it can't be because they want people other than American citizens to vote, or they want to make it easier to cheat, that they both sides. America, buy a beer, drive a car, rent a hotel room, or open a bank account, simply won't be able to do the same to cast a ballot. We know that's not true, and it just doesn't make any sense. It's clear that this is just a pretext to say that they apparently don't care whether illegal aliens vote in our elections. Republicans, on the other hand, believe that every illegal vote cast. We want more people to participate in the election system. We need to build confidence that it's going to work and operate with integrity. So by resisting common sense measures like demonstrating American citizenship and producing a voter ID, which would contribute to building confidence and thus hopefully get more people to participate in our elections, that's something they apparently are not interested in. President Trump, I think, is right to make this a priority. But I'm sure, like me, he scratches his head and wonders what's the contrary argument. If we don't stop illegal aliens or non-citizens from voting in our elections, it's not long before we'll have a country that's not representative of the American people. You know, the very basis for our form of government is, as stated in the Declaration of Independence, the authority that we exercise on behalf of the people who vote for us. The power doesn't come top down, it comes bottom up. And if people who are not qualified, because they're not citizens, vote in our elections, it undermines that very basic foundation and compact between the people and those who exercise power on their behalf here in Washington, D.C. I'm committed to doing whatever it takes to muscle this through the Senate, including using the reconciliation process, if necessary, order here on the Senate floor. Our colleague, Senator Lee from Utah, has been a proponent of using the talking filibuster. In other words, not letting people sit on their hands and just object and stop progress on important bills like this, but to force people to talk and debate. Because I think the American people need to hear the arguments, pro and con, and they can make up their mind who they agree with and what they believe. That's what the world's greatest deliberative body was supposed to be all about. So if Democrats really don't believe that illegal aliens should be able to vote, they need to come to the floor and prove it. If they think we should not make it easier to cheat in elections by not requiring people arguments. To the contrary, recent Harvard-Harris polls showed that 71% of voters, including 50% of Democrats and 69% of independent voters, support the Save America Act. It's hard to find that kind of consensus anywhere in America today, as polarized as we are. But this means that Senate Democrats are defying the wishes of their own voters, their supporters. Now, we've heard this nutty idea that somehow the Save America Act will disenfranchise voters. Well, the only people it will disenfranchise are people who are not qualified to vote. But if you extend that logic a little further, in other words, 70 to 80% of people polled support the Save America Act. And if you believe it will disenfranchise voters, that means that this 70 to 80% of people polled are willing to disenfranchise themselves. Again, what a silly. Another matter, it is beyond shameful that Senate Democrats have continued to keep the Department of Homeland Security unfunded and shut down. I would have thought by now, with some of the lines at the TSA security checkpoints in places like the Houston International Airport, the Bush International Airport, that finally people would wake up and say, you know, we are causing too much needless pain and collateral damage to people who have nothing to do with this fight. We know that essential operations of ICE, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement, like the Homeland Security Investigations, which is an important office that conducts operations without pay, these are not wealthy people. These are public servants who are performing an important function, keeping us all safe. And they have to show up, they are showing up, and working without pay. But then there's some who simply can't outlast the political stunts here in Washington, and more than 300 of them have left their jobs, and you can't blame them. If you're not getting paid because of the politics here in Washington, D.C., you may not be able to wait that out. You may just have to look for a job, another job. But each new hire to replace a TSA agent requires 4 to 6 months of training and certification. And I can't imagine that there's a long waiting list of people who want to become TSA agents if they have this sort of environment to look forward to. So it certainly doesn't help with recruiting new people to fill the gaps. Well, we know that President Trump left with no other alternative as ask ICE to assist and help out at the airports. And some Democrats are getting downright hysterical about the fact that now ICE is necessary to help process people through the airports. Some even saying that the traveling American public is in danger when these professional law enforcement officers are working to help assist people to move through these security checkpoints at our airports. Meanwhile, the truth is, as we've seen in videos and social media, ICE agents are handing out water bottles to travelers and helping keep the flow of traffic organized and hopefully expedited. I think it's encouraging that these men and women are willing to jump in and become team players, even in this difficult and charged environment, where Democrats continue, the party of defund police, of abolish ICE. Now they've found a new way to try to prevent the enforcement of our immigration laws by saying we're not going to fund ICE. That's not what the American people voted for last November, on November 2024. The reason why President Trump was elected, among other reasons, was because of open borders and 40-year high inflation. And of course, we know President Trump has effectively secured the border, but now Democrats have found a new way to prevent people who got here in the first place, who don't deserve to be here, from being removed from the country by saying we're simply going to refuse to fund immigration enforcement. And then, of course, we know that despite the fact that the president was elected by the American people, having won the electoral vote, the popular vote in every single swing state, Democrats continue to try to oppose the duly elected president of the United States out of a demonstration of what has become known as Trump derangement syndrome. In other words, whatever he proposes, they oppose. It's just reflexive. More than 70% of Americans support his efforts to remove criminal, illegal aliens from our country. And almost daily, we hear of tragedies of innocent individuals being killed or harmed as a result of some of the people that were let into the country during the Biden administration that need to be removed. Well, I'm hopeful that we are moving closer to a deal which will help these good men and women that work at the Department of Homeland Security a paycheck. President Trump knows how to make a deal, and I'm confident that under his leadership we'll find a way, unless the Democrats continue to move the goalposts, which the minority leader continues to try to do. I'm optimistic that we'll find a way to get them paid by the end of the week. These antics are not a way to govern. We need paychecks for our TSA agents and secure elections, both. This is what the American people chose during the last presidential election. And I'm confident under the president's leadership we'll accomplish these priorities. And finally, after more than a month, reopen the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today having heard the minority leader talk about the ongoing problem that the country is seeing before their very eyes, which is the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security caused by the Democrats. Republicans have continually come to the floor to vote to open the Department of Homeland Security. And working with the Democrats, there have been a number of proposals, one of which the Democrats actually agreed to the other day. And yet today on the floor, the Senate Minority Leader said, oh, no, that's just poppycock. That was his word. Mr. President, the Democrats have continued to move the goalposts over all of this time where we're talking about the importance of funding the Department of Homeland Security, a department that was set up after 9/11 to deal comprehensively with our nation's security. There's issues of border security, cyber security, flight security. The TSA is part of that. This has gotten so bad. I saw in the news this morning that there are members of the Department of Homeland Security who are not getting paid, who are working every day, and who are now donating their plasma, but not donating it, but giving it to get paid. That's what the Democrats, they talk about getting blood out of it. That's what the Democrats are doing. I say blood is on their hands. We're seeing this today with the unfunding of the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. President, Americans are rising up to say to the Democrats, we care about these people that are working and not getting paid. My own Rotary Club in Casper, Wyoming, Mr. President, came out today with an email to all the Rotarians. One of the members of the club has offered a matching donation of up to $2,000 for supplies and gift cards to be donated to TSA employees at the airport. Now, these people have been working now without pay because of the Democrat shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. It says, please consider supporting the local TSA personnel and help secure the matching donation by donating supplies or gift cards. It goes on to say, currently there are approximately 40 TSA employees in Casper who are not being paid. The airport is collecting food and other supplies, dog food, cat food, toilet paper, etc., because of what we're facing here and what an offer that we have made, and the Democrats have now they're saying, well, it's all poppycock. They don't seem to care because the employees cannot accept cash equivalent cards like Visa gift cards. However, they can accept gas cards and gift cards to places like Walmart or Target, which give them the flexibility to purchase what they truly need. This is what we're seeing here in this chamber with what the Democrats are doing because they do not want to fund the Department of Homeland Security that keeps our nation safe. Well, there is now circulating that is evident that the Republicans have all seen, which is a member of the Senate, the Democrat member of the Senate, on television telling the nation, this is a clip that when a member of the Senate says, this is a Democrat, the people we care most about, he says, are the undocumented. Not these people who are working every day. The people the Democrats care most about are the undocumented, the illegal immigrants, the people who are not citizens of this country, but are here and have been unleashed into this country, 10 million or more during the Biden administration. And that is what we're talking about here today on the floor, and why we will be voting later today, Mr. President, on the proposal that the Republicans have made that the Democrats agreed to 2 days ago, but now they've withdrawn their support because, as we hear from a Democrat spokesman and a Democrat senator, the people that they care most about are not the citizens of the United States. They're the undocumented, the illegal immigrants who are here among us today. Mr. President, on another matter, I've also heard Senate Democrats on this floor say that when it comes to voting, they're open to the requirement of a photo ID. Senator Schumer said just last week that his Democrat caucus is not opposed to a photo ID when you show up to vote. We now have a pending amendment to the Save America Act to do just that. It's a straightforward amendment from Senator John Husted of Ohio. It simply requires a photo ID when Americans show up to vote. Democrats blocked this very bill on this floor last week. Then they offered a counterproposal, a nationwide ban, a ban on photo ID requirements. I mean, it's the exact opposite of what the American people want. I mean, it's hard to believe, but that's what they said. They wanted to ban photo ID. Democrats did this even though 32 states currently require photo ID. So I guess they want to rip it out of all of the states that already have it. 21 Democrat senators on that side of the aisle in this very chamber represent states where voter ID is the law of the land. They live by it. They vote under it. They were even elected under it. Why do Democrats believe that voter ID is fine for their home states but not for our nation? Mr. President, we're going to give every single Democrat in this chamber the chance to go on the record on that very topic. They're going to have the opportunity to show the American people where they stand on common sense requirements for photo ID. The vote is a clear yes or no for Democrat senators. It doesn't touch voter rolls. It doesn't touch mail-in voting. It is clean up or down vote on whether voters should be required to show a photo ID in order to vote. The bill offers a clear, broad definition of photo IDs. Voters can use a driver's license. They can use state ID. They can use a U.S. passport. They can use a military ID. They can use a tribal ID. Those are identifications Americans carry with them every single day. They use it to cash a check, to board a plane, to buy a beer. People use it every day. It's just common sense. Asking for a photo ID at the ballot box is common sense and a common practice in states all across the country. As I said earlier, Mr. President, 36 states require a request an ID to vote. Of these 36 states, 32 require a photo ID. That's most of the country. And yes, that includes Democrat states. Of course, we know that there are many large and liberal states that lack voter ID laws, sanctuary states like California, New York, Oregon, Illinois, and they don't protect the voter rolls. So once again, we are seeing Democrats angling for illegal immigrants to have an impact on our elections. And why is that? As I said earlier, Mr. President, the people we care most about, the undocumented, he said, the illegal immigrants who are here among our nation. That's who the Democrats will tell you they care most about. Not law-abiding citizens, but illegal immigrants. Democrats allowed 10 million illegal immigrants. They flooded in the country. The lesson is clear, Mr. President. We cannot allow illegal immigrants to undermine and erode the integrity of our elections. That's why we're in this shutdown right now, because of the Democrats' preference of illegal immigrants over American citizens and the safety and security of our nation. Look, adding photo ID requirements would be a significant step toward restoring confidence in elections in all 50 states. So I want to thank Senator John Husted of Ohio. Senator Husted knows exactly about administering elections, and he knows it better than any member of this body. He spent 8 years as Ohio's Secretary of State. His job was to run fair, safe, and secure elections, and he succeeded at it. He knows how to do it. He knows what works. And he succeeded in one of the most closely watched battleground states in our nation. His amendment makes it easy to vote, harder to cheat, and it does so nationwide. A clean, simple photo ID amendment leaves Democrats with no excuses. They can't claim photo ID is too hard. They can't claim it's too confusing. They can't claim it's too burdensome. The question before the Senate is, will Democrats take a reasonable and responsible step toward what most Americans consider common sense? Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, not once, not twice, 10 times we Democrats have brought to the floor of the Senate an opportunity to restore all of the appropriation for the Department of Homeland Security, but for one agency, ICE and related agencies with the Border Patrol. 10 times the Republicans have voted no. 10 times. Let's get it done this week and done as quickly as possible. We proposed this to the point where the Republican leader met with the president and said, we ought to be for this. He said, no, not until you pass this voting bill. This voting bill is controversial.
it seems to change. What my friend from Wyoming, and he is my friend, the senator from Wyoming said, we're going to offer an amendment and change this bill. This bill has been changed over and over again because it's a mess. Why is it a mess? Because my friend from Wyoming, and he is my friend, the senator from Wyoming said, we're going to offer an amendment and change this bill. This bill has been changed over and over again because it's a mess. Why is it a mess? Because the premise is wrong. The premise that there are illegal aliens voting in the United States in any measurable number is wrong. We did a survey. We looked at 24 years, 1999 to 2023, how many illegal aliens were caught voting in the United States. There were 50 million every election cycle who were registered to vote. How many of those were illegal aliens? Over a period of 24 years, what's your guess? 7 million? You would think so, wouldn't you, from Senator Barrasso's statements? How about 700,000? How about 70,000? How about 700? How about 77? That's the exact number that was found. 77 people over a span of 24 years were not eligible to vote as illegal aliens and voted anyway. 77 over 24 years. So now the Republicans want to change the system. They want people to re-register. This is the first I've heard that they're going to accept a driver's license. Up until now, you needed a passport. How many Americans have passports? 49%. If you wanted to get a passport in time to register to vote for November, what do you have to do? Well, you have to fill out a form, and you have to write a check, and you have to wait weeks to receive it. How big is that check that you have to write so you can be sure you'll vote? $165 for you to get a passport. $165 and waiting weeks, maybe months, before it's delivered to you to prove you're an American citizen so you can vote in November. What's wrong with this picture? For 77 voters, or attempted voters, in 24 years, we're going to require every American to come up with this proof. Oh, there's an alternative, your birth certificate. You can prove you're an American that way in this re-registration effort by the Republicans. Have you found your birth certificate recently? I think mine is upstairs in the bedroom closet in a cardboard box. I'm not sure, I'd have to go look. Some people don't have access at all to them. Why are we going through all this? The bottom line is there's a good reason and a real reason. The good reason is to make sure that non-citizens don't vote. I agree with that premise. The real reason is Donald Trump is scared of this election in November. Remember when he said to the states, give me some more Republican members of the House, redistrict your state, draw up your maps in unusual times? He did that because he's concerned about the outcome of that election. So when you hear this explanation about voter fraud, remember, 77 in 24 years, 77 examples, and for that they want to change it. In terms of showing your driver's license as an ID, I do it every day and you do too. It's pretty normal. That's not a problem, but that is not what this bill says. They think they want to change it, let's see the changes. In the meantime, let's pay everybody at TSA, FEMA, Coast Guard, and the basic agencies at Department of Homeland Security except for ICE. We're working with the White House and negotiating new terms for the ICE agents. Let's get it done this week. But for 10 different occasions, we come to the floor and said, fund the rest of the agency, including TSA. I still think we should be there. Mr. President, I really come to the floor at this time to discuss a separate issue, totally unrelated. Over the course of the time I've served in the Senate, I've pointed out political prisoners jailed around the world. Others have joined me over the years. Our current Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, joined me on the floor one time to help further a history of bipartisan support for those pursuing freedom and democracy around the world. Sometimes those released as a result of pressure from this chamber actually come to see me in Washington, and they say how important it is to know that they were remembered. I want to salute my staffer, Chris Holman, who joins me on the floor here. This has been his personal project for many years with great success. Thanks, Chris. So today, let me raise a few issues and cases for your consideration. Let me start with the United Arab Emirates, where one of that nation's top human rights defender, Ahmed Mansour, tragically has marked 9 years in jail. He was arrested under the guise that his social media post advocating for human rights threatened social harmony. Despite the dismal conditions of his incarceration, Mr. Mansour has remained steadfast in his commitment to human rights, even conducting multiple hunger strikes to protest jail conditions. We have strong ties and many shared interests with UAE, but its continued involvement in this horrific Sudanese civil war and jailing of Mr. Mansour complicate the relationship. Adding to the strain is Emirati Ambassador Oteba's persistent, bewildering refusal to engage on these issues. I appeal to him, UAE President, to finally release Mr. Mansour. Next, in Azerbaijan, Vice President Vance recently visited this country. In 2023, anti-corruption researcher and advocate Dr. Gubad Ibadoglu and his wife were forcibly dragged from their vehicle and severely beaten. His dubious arrest was a tragic result of writings about the rampant corruption stemming from Azerbaijan's oil and gas industry. While eventually placed under house arrest in 2024, he has still been denied a trial and medical care, and his family continues to suffer harassment. In fact, his son, Eamon, who desperately hopes to reunite with his father, is here today in the Senate gallery. He is one of many wrongfully detained individuals in Azerbaijan who should be fully released immediately. And on a number of cases in China, starting with Gulshan Abbas, a doctor serving a 20-year sentence, 20 years, a result of his sister's advocacy for the Uyghurs. Hong Kong publisher Jimmy Lai, jailed since 2020, a tragic example of that island's loss of freedom under Chinese rule. Pastors Jin Mingri and Quan Fu and his wife Peng Yu arrested amid a crackdown on religious freedom, and I apologize for mispronouncing the names. The Chinese have worked with many, but including my office, on such cases in the past, and made some important gestures, but it's time to do something, release these individuals. I urge President Trump to raise with Chinese President Xi, when he visits China, the fate of these prisoners. In Tunisia, last July, I came to the floor to call for the release of prominent Tunisian lawyer and political commentator Sonia Amini. She was arrested in May 2024 for peaceful radio and television political commentary and subjected to appalling prison conditions. Her sister Ramla was also sentenced in absentia to 2 years in prison, simply for publicly advocating for her sister's release. While I'm glad Sonia was conditionally released last year, the government is still harassing her with nonsense charges. I urge President Said to end this vendetta against Sonia and Ramla and take steps to restore press freedom in Tunisia, once a symbol of great democratic hope after the Arab Spring. Lastly, Equatorial Guinea, an oil-rich African nation with a history of repression and growing ties with the Russian military. Human rights advocate Joaquin Elio Ato has been arrested in 2019 and eventually released a year later, not long after which he came to meet me with my office here in Washington. Unfortunately, he was rearrested on a new specious charge in 2024. It's time to end this official harassment against Mr. Aito. I urge President Nsonga to show the same compassion displayed in 2022 and release him without delay on humanitarian grounds. Mr. President, what we have here really matters, not just to these individuals and their families. My friends and jailed Russian dissident Vladimir Kara-Murza often reminded me that for political prisoners, the worst nightmare is the thought that people have forgotten them. So let me remind Ahmed, Gubad, Gulshan, Jimmy, Pastors Jen and Joe Pang, Sonia, Ramla, and Joaquin, you are not forgotten, and we will continue to speak out for your freedom. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise today nearly a month into President Trump's ill-advised war of choice in Iran, which has obviously destabilized the region, disrupted global supply chains, degraded our munitions stockpiles, and cost the lives of 13 American service members with more than 200 additional suffering injuries. Fortunately, it's clear that even though this was a war of choice and could be decided by the president's own timing, he started this with no clear end game and without adequately preparing for Iran's very predictable response, which obviously would have included the Strait of Hormuz, which obviously would have included Iran attacking other Gulf nation states. The intelligence on this is consistent and overwhelming for years. And frankly, closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the world's most strategically vital maritime choke points. Now, look at the Strait of Hormuz for a moment. Way back in the 70s, when we had an oil shock, 7% of the world's oil went through the strait. Today, 20% goes through. Back in the 70s, no natural gas went through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, close to 20%. So the closure of the strait has wreaked havoc on both the global oil and gas supply chains. As I said, normally about 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas passes through the strait. Today, traffic through the strait has nearly grounded to a halt. Literally, down 95% since the start of the war. The International Energy Agency has already called the effective closure of the strait and all the other ancillary items coming out of this the worst global energy disruption in history, eclipsing even the Arab oil embargo of 1973. Old enough to remember that. I know the senator from Maryland's old enough to remember that, which caused huge gas lines and damage all around the world. So if we just measure what's happened so far in these 3 weeks plus, to date, the closure of the strait has removed approximately 400 million barrels of oil, around four days of world supply, from the market. And again, much of the oil that's still getting through actually started on tankers before the war started. And that 400 million barrels of oil that have been removed, and that number will rise exponentially now, has led to price increases of around 50% for Brent crude. Now, that's the global benchmark for oil. As well, and this has gotten some coverage in our country, but not enough, Iran has also carried out significant strikes on oil and gas facilities throughout the Gulf. In total, more than 40 energy sites in 9 countries across the Middle East have been severely damaged due to the conflict, including the world's largest liquefied natural gas facility in Qatar, to be closed down. That produces about a fifth of the world's LNG. And many of the facilities that were not even attacked, they still took out all the natural gas from the facility, because if a missile had hit them with the gas in the facility, it would have caused a massive explosion. And while I'm no expert here, I've been told to restart those facilities will take weeks to months. Because the truth is, even if the president feels in his bones today or tomorrow that we've won the war and stops the bombing, with no guarantee that Israel will stop or Iran will stop, and the strait starts to get reopened, we're still going to see economic pain across the globe for weeks, months, potentially a year. Now, for consumers in the U.S., the conflict obviously has led to severe price shocks at the gas pump. Since the war began, average gas prices in the United States have increased by about $1 a gallon, 30%. And I will take a bet with anybody in this chamber that we're going to see an average gas price of $4 that will be maintained for some time. And that $4 price will be the highest since 2022. And here, let's take the optimistic view. Even if the strait is reopened today, the average household in our country is still expected to pay about $740 more in gas prices for the remainder of the year. That's just gas. What about diesel? While Americans are struggling at the pump, skyrocketing diesel costs are threatening to increase the pain for households across a series of domains. Last week, diesel prices eclipsed $5 per gallon on average. That was only the second time in history diesel got above $5. And that's about 40% higher than before the war began. And diesel is the trucking industry's second largest expense account. And for most trucking firms, that diesel costs account for about 20% of their total operating cost. For most freight companies, a 40% rise in the diesel cost results in about an overall increase in 10% on all the items that are shipped. We depend upon the trucking industry to ship goods. If their costs go up 10%, they're not going to pay it. That's going to get passed on to consumers. And that will mean everything in the supply chain, from lumber that's used to construct homes to groceries and everything in between. And while we Americans are already feeling the impact at the pump, many nations across the globe, particularly in Asia, are facing even more extreme costs. Of the roughly 20% of the world's oil and gas that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, about 80% goes to Asia. And the impacts there have been even wilder. Oil prices have hit $150 a barrel. And as supply tightens and prices skyrockets, one country, the Philippines, literally, because they get 100% of their oil from the Gulf, said we can't operate a full economy, so there is a mandatory one-day-a-week holiday. Vietnam has urged its residents to work from home. Cambodia and Laos have closed about a third to 40% of their gas stations because they just don't have fuel. Now, we buy a lot of stuff from Asia, from Vietnam, from Bangladesh, from Philippines, from China, from everywhere. If those costs have gone up 40%, all the stuff we buy from those countries are going to go up for American consumers as well. So whether it's electronics, clothes, appliances, if you haven't seen a price increase yet, don't worry. It's coming very shortly, and it will be significant. Let's talk about jet fuel. Americans can also expect to pay more on air travel due to the war in Iran, as the price of jet fuel has more than doubled since the conflict began. In many cases, airlines have already responded by raising fares, canceling flights. Some estimates indicate airlines have raised fares about $20 each way, going and coming on average. Matter of fact, United recently raised its fares 15 to 20% just last week. And also United, which I think is a precursor of things to come, have literally eliminated a number of long-haul flights. So anyone planning on going to Europe or planning on going to Asia or planning on going to South America, maybe not cross-country flights yet, your choices are going to drop dramatically. Now, this is all related to oil, natural gas, jet fuel. But the fact is, the president's war in Iran, and its subsequent closure of the Strait of Hormuz, is really wreaking havoc on a lot of other industries, from semiconductors to new cars. Let me tell you why. For example, the current situation is threatening to upend the global semiconductor industry and other advanced technology industries by impacting the availability of a crucial input, helium. Now, most of us here at home think about helium as what we use for party balloons. Senator Van Hollen, I know, has used it many times to make his voice sound higher as well. But, and I didn't realize this, helium is also a critical input in many advanced technology industries. Chip making, medical imagery, aerospace. And the truth is, there's no viable replacement for this helium. Qatar is the world's second largest supplier of helium behind the United States. They literally produce approximately a third of the world's supply, about 63 million cubic meters, out of the total of 190 million cubic meters produced globally. So the Strait stays closed, and you get rid of 27 to 30% of the world's supply of helium. And again, it's a global market. Spot prices of helium have already doubled, and the cost could rise another 50% if the Strait remains closed. Now, the nations, again, that we're going to get hit first on this, Japan, Singapore, Taiwan, which, again, are home to some of the world's most advanced chip facilities. None of the chips we put in our rockets, most advanced jet fighters, are made in America. They're all made in Taiwan. So what's going to happen? The chip facilities in Taiwan and South Korea believe that about 70% of their helium comes from the Gulf. If it goes away, they can't replace that. There are no such things as helium strategic reserves. So again, if the president says, okay, he feels it in his bones, we won the war, we're going to stop, it will take weeks, not days, to restart the Qatari helium production. Meaning that even this next couple of weeks, with already the spot pricing doubling, is going to be a supply chain risk that will take place over the coming weeks and months. Aluminum. This closure is also disrupting the aluminum supply chain, a material essential for construction, transportation, energy generation, and more. The region, again, and I didn't realize this before the war, accounts for approximately 9% of all global aluminum production. And major smelters, I think there's 4 in the world, 2 are in the region, have been forced to curtail supply due to the continued closure of the Strait. And since the war began 3 or 4 weeks ago, global aluminum prices have spiked to their highest rate in the last 4 years. And again, that's what we've seen so far. A prolonged closure could see significant impacts here in America. Today, we rely on the Middle East for about 20% of our imported aluminum. Even before the war with Iran had started, aluminum prices in our country were at record highs due to the president's tariff policy of putting 50% tariffs on aluminum products. So you had the tariff policy with already high aluminum prices, shut down some of the smelters. This is going to drive up the cost of aluminum, not just around the world, but in the United States as well. A lot of aluminum goes into autos. Thinking about buying a new car may not be a good time, at least maybe better to buy it today than a month from now, because the cost is going to go up. The president's war of choice in Iran is also threatening global food production and the livelihood of farmers in the United States and across the world. Typically, about 1/3 of all fertilizer shipped globally passes through the Strait of Hormuz. But not dissimilar to the oil and gas production and transit, that fertilizer exiting the Gulf has literally ground to a virtual 100% halt, just as the spring growing season is starting in America. I talked to a farmer in Amelia County in Central Virginia. His costs had already gone up 40%. And that means at the back end, when his products grow, who's going to eat those costs? American consumers. The U.S. relies on the Middle East for about 15% of our fertilizer imports. This has already caused, as I said, in Amelia it was 40%, nationwide a 30% increase in fertilizer prices in America. And that fertilizer shortage has also been already shortened because we're short on nitrogen, we're short on potash, which we get from Canada, again because of the tariff policy. So what we grow and what costs for this growing season is going to be dramatically affected. Where's that going to show up? Prices at the grocery store. Now, how's the president responded to this energy crisis caused by his war of choice. Well, on Truth Social, he stated, "When oil prices go up, we make a lot of money." Who exactly is making that money? Mr. President, it's not ordinary Americans who are paying more than $380 million a day just on the increased price of gasoline before the war started. Matter of fact, if you're going to pick winners and losers at this point, American consumers, losers across 5 or 6 different domains. Winners, Russia and Iran. And this is the one that kind of just blows my mind. In response to rising oil prices, President Trump and his Secretary of the Treasury announced he was lifting sanctions on 140 million barrels of Iranian crude. What does that translate into? That translates into more than $14 billion to the bad government of Iran, who is shooting at American soldiers, who is bombing our allies. That $14 billion could be a lifeline to that government. I still remember, like, back under Obama, where I think there was some payment around the JCPOA where $300+ million were released to Iran. Every one of my Republican colleagues said, "Oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. The worst thing ever. How could this happen?" Well, now in the middle of a war, we weren't in a war at that point, in the middle of the war where Iran is attacking us, this president has given a green light to fund $14 billion to the Iranian regime, funding our enemies. How's that in America's best interest? In a recent, another, again, masterstroke by the king of deals, President Trump lifted the sanctions on approximately 130 million barrels of Russian oil, directly helping Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. You know, recent reports indicate that Russia has already earned about $230 million per day on crude oil exports during the first 2 weeks of Iran's war. Since February, that's about $10 billion. What's that $10 billion going to buy? It's going to buy Russian drones, Russian tanks, Russian missiles, and maybe call me old-fashioned, that are attacking and killing our allies in Ukraine. The allies that, thank goodness, we have supplied military equipment to, and again, we are funding their enemy. Now again, you start a war of choice, you think about these things. You think about the ramifications of the cost increases. You think about how this would affect our allies. You think about, do we really want to benefit our enemies? You think about the fact that maybe we ought to have a plan to get American nationals out of the Middle East before the war starts. You might even say, maybe I'll quietly tell Saudis and Emiratis and others, hey, store up some oil and natural gas because this war's going to start. The president says, well, he didn't think they'd close the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't think Iran would attack the Gulf countries. I said as vice chair of the Intelligence Committee, the intelligence community has been absolute, not for weeks, months, but for years, that if you start a war with Iran, and one of the reasons, and the Iranians are bad guys, that prior presidents, including President Trump, I remember one time he was going to bomb Iran in his first term, and he pulled back because of all the implications of starting that war without enough planning. So we started into this war of choice with no planning on how we protect Americans, on what this is going to do to American consumers, that, hey, does it really make sense in this war to fund our enemies, Iran and Russia? This is what happens when strategy, actual strategy, is replaced with impulse. Planning is replaced by wishful thinking. And warning from our intelligence professionals whose job it is to make these predictions, who made the prediction that it was no imminent threat, when those intelligence professionals are ignored instead of heeded. Now, we can't fully predict the full long-term impacts of President Trump's war of choice in Iran. We can make a pretty damn good conclusion at this point. Who's going to get hit the worst? Working class Americans. We all talk about affordability, both sides. And it's hard for a single political figure, even the president, to dramatically bring down prices. But it sure is not hard for a single political figure, in this case the President of the United States, to raise prices. Fertilizer, aluminum, helium, jet fuel, diesel fuel. And I just hope everybody will remember, every time you go to the gas pump and you look at that price, and Lord knows this happened when prices rose up over Biden and there were these cute little stickers saying Joe Biden did this. Well, there is no doubt in my mind, and frankly on any factual basis, when you gas up your car every week and you see that extra $1 or $1.50 increased price, that price was brought to you by one political figure in America, the President of the United States. We're going to feel the consequences of this war for a long time to come. And everything I talked about here gets exponentially worse, not on a linear timeline, but on an exponentially worse timeline if the strait remains closed. Americans deserve better. Our service members who are in harm's way deserve better. And frankly, the world deserves better. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator of California.
Mr. President, I'll try to truncate my remarks when we have a vote coming up at 2 o'clock. I'm going to try to keep the floor running on time. But Mr. President, I rise today in support of my colleagues' effort to overturn the IRS's new rule, which is making it harder for wind and solar projects to qualify for critical clean energy tax credits. Now, families across the country are already struggling to get by with rising costs that are going up at the grocery store, at the doctor's office, when you're trying to pay the monthly rent or your mortgage, at the pump, and increasingly our energy bills. Now, since President Trump took office last January, California household electricity costs have increased by 15%. That's more than 5 times the rate of inflation. And so it makes no sense that this administration is making it harder to build the very energy projects that would help. Energy projects that would increase supply of electricity. Energy projects that would help bring down the cost of electricity. And one of the many ways they're doing it is with this new IRS rule that is changing the rules in the middle of the game. Now, for years now, companies could qualify for a clean energy tax credit once they had invested at least 5% of a project cost into the project. It's what we refer to as the 5% safe harbor. That's how businesses make their plans. That's how businesses make their investments. And that's how businesses were able to break ground on a number of necessary projects. But now, even with projects that are already underway, they may not qualify for their tax credits anymore that they were counting on, that they were planning on. The net result, not project by project, but overall, is that fewer of these projects will get built. And the projects that do power through somehow may get to the finish line, but they will be more expensive. It means less energy comes online, and once again, the price of that electricity is going to be higher for families and for businesses and for everybody. Now, I'm proud to represent California. We're leaning in on clean energy production, not just to meet the growing demands on the grid of our growing economy and our growing population, but also modernizing in a way that will make us more resilient to the threats of wildfires and extreme heat. So we have experience in this, and we know. I can share with you, colleagues, that building more clean, reliable, and affordable energy projects isn't just an option. It is fundamentally essential. So we have to recognize the impact of this rule and recognize that it's part of a broader pattern. Over the past year, we've seen repeated efforts to block or delay clean energy projects, whether it's halting offshore wind, canceling funding, or undermining projects that are already underway, as I just explained. And at the same time, as my colleague and friend from Virginia just articulated, global instability is driving up fossil fuel costs even further. This, colleagues, is a perfect example of why the Congressional Review Act exists. When an agency takes an action that harms the American people, we in Congress don't just have the authority, we have the responsibility to step in. And that's what this resolution does. It overturns the misguided IRS rule, it can restore certainty for business, and it can help get clean energy projects back on track. So I urge my colleagues to support the Energy Investment Credits, CRA. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Senator Morgan.
Before he leaves the floor, let me thank my colleague from California for very important remarks with respect to this issue. And I'm very pleased to be able to join Leader Schumer and Senator Cortez Masto on the floor to talk about energy costs and particularly clean energy jobs. Here's what people need to know about our resolution. American families and businesses from coast to coast have been getting battered by rising energy costs. Data centers are gobbling up energy, while Americans get roasted during hotter summers and freeze during icy winters. Donald Trump got back into office last year, and instead of bringing down costs, he and fellow Republicans sabotaged wind and solar, the cheapest and cleanest ways of getting energy on the grid. And then we had to deal with utility costs continuing to rise. The cost of trucking consumer goods shot up around the country, and Republicans looked at a multi-trillion-dollar global market for clean energy. Absolutely explosive growth and upside for whoever dominates that kind of manufacturing, and they said the United States isn't interested in being a leader. They surrendered to China and the Europeans. And if that wasn't enough incompetence and mismanagement, Donald Trump started a war that's driving energy costs into the stratosphere. Americans didn't even have to think about the Strait of Hormuz before a month ago. Now every time they pull up to the gas station to fill up the tank, they're reminded that Donald Trump single-handedly created an energy crisis unlike anything we've seen in generations. And it's not just about the price Americans pay at the pump. This is rippling through our economy. As I noted, utility bills are continuing to rise. That cost of trucking consumer goods continuing to rise. The cost of food in grocery stores continuing to rise because fertilizer and fuel are more expensive. We could spend the day with more and more examples. Donald Trump doesn't seem to know or care about this. When he talks about the war he started, it sounds like he's not sure what's going on. When he talks about energy production in our country, it seems like he's stuck in the middle of the last century. It's a nightmare scenario for American families and businesses getting buried by rising costs today. And on top of that, the job market is in sorry shape. The Trump economy isn't producing the jobs Americans need. That's particularly true in manufacturing. So my colleagues and I are putting forward a proposal that is a first step towards fixing the energy crisis in the country. We believe it's common sense. It would overturn a regulation from the Trump administration that tied up wind and solar projects with a whole lot of additional bureaucratic red tape. Now, almost a decade ago, Mr. President, I wrote a set of tax credits for clean energy in the Inflation Reduction Act. It was a very new approach to energy policy. It kicked off a manufacturing boom unlike anything that's been seen in decades. Donald Trump and Republicans killed much of it in 2025, and they specifically targeted wind and solar. They clobbered those industries by cutting off the tax credits as of 2027. If that wasn't enough, Donald Trump and the Treasury Department tied them up with even more red tape last summer. So here's what our proposal is all about. Leader Schumer, my colleague from Nevada, and I say in our resolution, let's ditch the extra red tape. That's what I hear Democrats and Republicans saying most of the time, ditch the red tape. That way more projects could get underway. We get more energy on the grid, helping to fight the cost increases people deal with all around America. Mr. President, it is a real head-scratcher to me why anybody would oppose this common sense resolution. If you do, you're voting for higher energy prices for your constituents at home. My view is the entire Trump approach to energy production and energy costs ought to go into the dustbin. It's not working. But what my colleagues and I have put forward is not a total rewrite of the law. It's one step, a practical, common sense step that we believe ought to get support from both sides. So that's what we're saying on our side. Let's get rid of some system clogging red tape. Let's get more projects underway, produce more energy, and let's fight these terrible energy hikes. That's what we're after. That's what my colleagues and I are trying to do. I urge the Senate to support our resolution, and I want to thank Senator Cortez Masto and Leader Schumer for their excellent work over many months. I yield the floor.
Senator North Dakota, Senator of Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 107. The resolution seeks to overturn a Trump administration IRS notice intended to prevent the abuse of the forthcoming phase down of tax credits for wind and solar projects by requiring project developers to take meaningful steps toward project construction. While Democrats assert that reversing this notice would help with the affordability issues, the result would actually be exactly the opposite. Overturning this notice would create more uncertainty and unpredictability for current projects and discourage focus on more reliable and affordable energy sources. Under the Biden administration, the Democrats enacted massive new incentives for green energy projects under the Inflation Reduction Act, abandoning secure, reliable American energy sources for unreliable and costly solar and wind projects. As Republicans predicted, the cost of the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act subsidies far exceeded its predictions. A 2023 report by Goldman Sachs found that the cost of these Green New Deal incentives could exceed $1.2 trillion, more than 3 times what the Democrats claimed. As part of the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, Republicans succeeded in reining in these high costs while also preserving tax incentives for reliable baseload power, like hydroelectric and nuclear. Congressional Republicans also imposed new prohibited foreign entity restrictions to prevent the flow of American taxpayers' dollars to Chinese companies and encourage energy supply chains to return to the United States. This resolution would ultimately disrupt important progress toward achieving President Trump's America First energy agenda, create unpredictability by overturning guidance, while also impeding the Treasury Department's official work to implement the Working Families Tax Cut Act. I encourage my colleagues to vote against this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're waiting for the senator from Nevada to come to the floor to make a few remarks, and I want to thank Senator Wyden for his remarks. I'm just looking around the floor here and thinking this would be a great time to propose a unanimous consent request that we fully fund TSA. I won't do it at this moment. I see the senator, chairman of the Finance Committee here, but I want to make the point, Mr. President, that we could get it done right now. We could end the lines at airports around the country. We could fund TSA, we could fund FEMA, and we could fund the Coast Guard as we continue negotiations to rein in a lawless ICE operation. An ICE operation that took the lives of 2 American citizens in Minneapolis, a lawless ICE operation that's not focused, as President Trump promised, on the worst of the worst, a lawless ICE operation that is trampling over people's First Amendment rights around the country and due process rights. So, as I was looking around the floor, I didn't see any of our Republican colleagues for a moment, and I think it's worth making the point to folks watching that we could have gotten unanimous consent to open FEMA, to open TSA, and to open the Coast Guard. That's what we should do, and we should do it now. I see the senator from Nevada, and I yield the floor.
Senator Nevada.
So, Mr. President, I don't have to stand here and tell Nevadans that energy prices are high. They see it every day at the gas pump and on their electricity bill statements. In the United States, the average residential energy bill in 2025 was about 30% higher than it was in 2021. But the Trump administration seems insistent on making it even harder for working families to afford their energy bills. Overseas, President Trump's war with Iran is causing oil prices to shoot through the roof, resulting in high costs for Americans at the gas pump. Add to that this administration's war on clean energy. Specifically, President Trump's IRS recently submitted a rule that makes it harder for wind and solar energy companies to claim a vital tax credit. This rule makes it more expensive to build America's clean energy future, makes it harder for the United States to meet the increased demand for electricity in this country, and will lead to higher energy prices for working families. But the Senate has the power to do something about this misguided tax policy. That's why today I'm leading an effort with my colleagues to pass this Congressional Review Act to overturn this IRS damaging rule. The clean energy industry is producing some of the fastest growing and most cost-effective new power across the world. We need industries like solar and wind that will help us meet growing demand. It will create jobs and good union-paying jobs, and it will bring down energy costs for American families. It's obvious we should be embracing clean energy and investing in it. But instead, we have seen President Trump do just the opposite by passing regulations that are killing clean energy jobs in the United States. We know the president's tax law, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, gives tax breaks to president's wealthiest friends at the expense of hardworking Americans. It is actually blowing up our national debt by $4 trillion. It is cutting $1 trillion from Medicaid and kicking an estimated 16 million Americans off of their health care. What people may not know is that it also decreased incentives for solar and wind companies that are helping keep energy prices down for hard-working American families. Now, while the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act that we passed expanded tax credits for clean energy projects, created jobs, put us on a future of lowering energy costs for families, President Trump gutted them. That is alone estimated. What he has done is estimated to increase electricity prices by up to 18%. The president's tax bill shortened the timeline for when solar and wind companies can claim these tax credits. He did it because he wants to phase them out. He wants to phase them out in favor of fossil fuel. He wants to pick winners and losers. You know the only losers in this country because of the picking and choosing of this administration of winners and losers is the American public and these companies. If these companies want to claim this clean energy production and clean electricity investment tax credits now, they must begin construction on the projects by July 4th, 2026 of this year. This year. They have to begin construction, and if they begin construction after that date, they don't get this tax credit. That was in the big, beautiful bill. Here's where the problem gets worse. To pass his big, beautiful bill out of the House, President Trump made a deal with the far-right Republicans in the House to use the IRS to further diminish the solar and wind projects, because he just hates them. Last August, the IRS proposed a new rule to completely change an established standard for what it means to begin construction under the IRS code on these solar and wind projects. Now remember, since 2013, the standard for what was considered beginning of construction included two of the following. You either had a continuous physical work on or off the job site as beginning construction, or your project, you had a project in which 5% of the total cost had been spent. And they call this kind of the safe harbor. What the new IRS guidance rule does is revoke that second prong. It revokes the long-standing 5% safe harbor. What does this mean? This rule, keep in mind now, is only for solar and wind. Again, this president is picking favorites and losers, winners and losers. He doesn't like solar and wind. So this IRS guidance only applies to solar and wind, not for other energy projects. It's going to have a huge impact in Nevada, where we have solar year-round, and it's going to have a huge impact across the country. Solar and wind projects were already scrambling to stay eligible for the tax credits they rely on after Trump passed his bill. But with the new IRS rule, companies will have to delay their projects or halt them altogether. This harmful new rule will potentially eliminate thousands of jobs. It'll drive up electricity bills for American families, and it'll risk power for millions of homes in Nevada and across the country. It's clear this action is yet another attempt by this administration to strangle the types of energy that the president personally does not like. Demand for electricity is higher now, more than ever. And we need to prepare for an electrification future that is going to bring us emerging technologies like AI. And we need solar and wind as part of that generation. That's why I stand before you today, ask my colleagues to join me to revoke this IRS rule. I can't stress this enough. If we as a Congress want to prepare for the future and have the energy needs that we demand as a country, we have to include solar and wind. We have to include clean energy. And what this IRS rule does is just the opposite. So I hope my colleagues will join me in passing this resolution. It's the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, today's
Senate
vote.
is it a quorum call?
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed.
Without objection.
Okay, may we have order, please.
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, today's vote is simple. Will Republicans join us to save good-paying energy jobs, strengthen our grid, undo the damage of Donald Trump's war on clean energy? Or will they bow before the throne of big oil once again? The CRA vote is a necessary step to reverse the damage from Donald Trump's anti-clean energy vendetta. It will overturn the IRS's 11th hour rule change that makes it harder for wind and solar companies to claim tax credits needed to expand investment, increase output, and put Americans to work. This IRS rule does nothing but raise taxes on energy producers. Experts warn this could raise electricity by 10%. You hear that, America? Okay, what Trump has done is going to raise your energy costs 10% just on this alone. It's going up higher because of other things. It also hurts local communities that rely on jobs. It's nothing but another front in Donald Trump's war on affordable American energy, and in this case, and this is a harsh word, but it's a corrupt giveaway to his big oil and big gas donors. It was public. It was in the newspapers. They said, you give us $1 billion in campaign contributions, we'll get rid of all the deregulation giveaways they could possibly imagine. It's a crooked, corrupt scheme that is raising people's energy costs along the way. If you're a senator and you care about good-paying jobs, care about our grid and want to lower people's energy costs, support this resolution. I thank Senators Cortez Masto, Wyden, and everyone who has shown leadership on this issue. And I want to thank my Democratic colleagues for leading the way. Last week, Senate Democrats released our newest Broken Promises report, exposing how Donald Trump is driving up people's energy bills. Trump made a promise to the American people on the campaign trail. I will cut your energy bill in half. But has he done that? Of course not. Energy prices are up. And they aren't just up, they are rising and at triple the rate of inflation. Some states seeing double-digit costs, double-digit increases over the last year. And now, thanks to Donald Trump's idiotic war with Iran, gas prices are $4 a gallon. We must put a stop to all of this today, and that's what this vote is all about. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Mexico, or from
President,
Nevada.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 363, Senate Resolution 107. Excuse me. I move to proceed to calendar number 363, SJ Res 107.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Nevada, Ms. Cortez Masto, moves to proceed to calendar number 363, SJ Res 107, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Internal Revenue Service relating to the beginning of construction requirements for purposes of the termination of clean electricity production credits and clean electricity investment credits for applicable wind and solar facilities.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
No.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Crapo, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Height-Smith, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Lummis, No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye.
Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Wicker, no.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote from March 12th on the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations and so forth, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Can you ask consent to speak right now for a few minutes? I ask you consent to speak.
Yeah, Mr. President, I ask consent to make a couple of observations or remarks before.
Is there an objection?
Before this vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, let me just say that this obviously is a vote which we've had multiple times now. It's on the House-passed legislation that would fund the Department of Homeland Security in accordance with the agreement that was reached between Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, some time ago. But I would say, to reflect on it, there have been a lot of conversations over the past couple of days with respect to how do we get the department opened up and funded again. And this vote will reflect the amendment that was proposed by Senator Collins and others that would fund all of DHS except the Office of ERO. So this is the one office that would be that the Democrats have indicated, particularly over the weekend, this is what they had desired to see happen. And so this vote will reflect that particular provision that was put forward by Senator Collins and is in response to what Democrats have insisted on and said that they wanted all along, which was to fund everything but the Office of ERO, the Office of Enforcement and Removal Operations at the Department of Homeland Security. So this vote should reflect that, and I hope members who are interested in getting all of these agencies and departments, the department agencies within the department opened up would cast a yes vote when the opportunity comes. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Nevada,
I'd ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehan, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Cassidy, Collins, Crapo, Daines, Grassley, Hoeven, Husted, Marshall, Rounds, Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Cortez Masto, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Merkley, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Whitehouse. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Miss Rosen, no. Miss Alsobrooks, Miss Alsobrooks, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Paul,
I think it's pretty close, though. Like,
aye. Mr. Moreno,
fine with funding everything.
aye.
PRO. We just have to make sure that there's restrictions that like HSI and CBP can't be used to cross over. 'Cause, like,
Mr. Wyden, no.
because I heard King say that too. It's like, yeah, it's getting close.
Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ricketts, Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Thune, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. Three-fifths of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to point out these are just texts that allow us to do certain motions here, and I don't need this for the moment. I want to speak to you and honestly speak to my Democrat colleagues from the heart. We have a situation in America today in which 260,000 families are without a paycheck. This fiscal year, they have been without a paycheck for more than half of this year. Now, in the private sector, you look at it and say, well, why would you not pay somebody? Typically, it's because they didn't do a good job, they didn't show up for work, they didn't punch in properly. And all those things are very litigated, by the way. Meaning in a private business, if you don't pay somebody what they're entitled to make, you actually get something called a wage and hour lawsuit against you. And yet, for the third time this 6 months, this body that's charged with a simple job, which is the power of the purse to appropriate money to fund the government, we have failed. And I get the political posturing. That side of the aisle would say it's our fault. This side of the aisle would say it's your fault. I can tell you, Mr. President, who unequivocally it's not their fault. And that's the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security who wake up every day, they go to work, they do their job. And by the way, sometimes, and you've been there, Mr. President, in your state, Missouri, St. Louis, you've seen them firsthand. Members of Border Patrol, Customs, Immigration Enforcement, CISA, you've seen them. We see their work. What should we, as the body here, tell those families? In fact, there's an expression that says, explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. And there's lots of 5-year-olds affected. Grandkids, kids, siblings that are wondering why they can't go to camp because their mom or dad wasn't able to write a check. I don't know what I would say if I were a dad. You're a dad. You're a great dad, actually. I've seen you with your daughter. What do you say to her if you didn't have money to pay the bills, but you did everything right? So one thing I think would help bring us to the negotiation table is for us to get together and say, look, I'll use the same expression I used the other day. Let's eat our own dog food. If we're okay and we find it acceptable for 260,000 American families to go without pay, then isn't it reasonable for us to say that this body, and this body alone, the United States Senate, who makes 4 or 5 times as much as they do, for us to go without pay, that our pay be withheld? Now, I'll be honest, I think our pay should be docked, honestly, because that's what would happen in a private sector. We're not going to do that. I'm just saying hold our pay. And by the way, this is not a bill that I'm proposing. It's not a law. It's just a proclamation that says every senator here, all 100 of us, can go to the clerk's office and say, you know what? We can blame whomever we want to blame, but you know what? I'm going to be shared pain here. Hold my paycheck until we do our job. What does doing our job mean? And I look at the minority whip. I've gotten to know. I didn't know you before I came to D.C. I think you're a good man, actually. I've had the chance to interact with you in different ways, and I say, you know, this is a guy who's a serious guy, and he cares. And I know you deeply care about this immigration issue. I remember you telling a story about how you have your dad, or I think it was your dad's naturalization paper in your office. And that resonated with me because I have my naturalization paper on my office. So I know you care. You're a man of good integrity. And what I'm asking that we do is just be able to look ourselves in the mirror every morning when we, to comply with Senate rules, put on a jacket, put on a tie, come to work, just hold our checks. Just because you know what we should do? Why don't we just get in a room and hash this out? The way this negotiation has happened is nothing like I've ever experienced in my life. There's a conversation here, a conversation there, a conversation there, a conversation all over the place. We're in 17 different places. Why don't we just get together and deputize one or two people on your side, deputize one or two people on our side, and let's just get this done. Because I think all of us, I actually hope that we have the moral character in our heart to say it's just wrong not to pay 260,000 people. And look, let me just say this. If Renee Good or Alex Preddy were my children, I'd be horrified. Totally, what happened was terrible, terrible, tragedy. 2 Americans lost their lives. But it's not the fault of the 260,000 people who are just following orders. The vast majority of the people who weren't even there. There's families that never even been to Minnesota. Again, explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. You have some customs. I've been to your airport, by the way, in O'Hare. Oh my gosh, that's an airport. That's a big one. And you're a TSA worker there, and you're a customs person there because lots of international flights. They go home and say, Dad, did you get your paycheck yet? Deposit's due for Disney World. Been planning this trip my whole life. No, son. The United States Senate hasn't done that yet. It's not right. It's just not right. So I will make my first motion. And I don't know how persuasive I am. I'm going to guess that I wasn't very persuasive. But I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of calendar number 296, as res 526. Further, that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made upon the table. And what this means is that our checks, Mr. President, get held back. We'll get the money eventually, like DHS employees do, until we come to a resolution of this national disaster.
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd say to my colleague from Ohio, I believe you're sincere. I believe you want to find a solution. I share that feeling. There is a provision in this which I'm not sure that you're aware of. It's very important. It's at the end of the second page, and it says about the effective date of this. This section shall apply on and after the date of the regularly scheduled general election for federal office held in November 2026. I don't want to wait until November, and I think it's an approach which puts that date in play really suggests that we're asking even greater sacrifice of the people who are being disadvantaged. I will just tell you that 8 times now we have brought to the floor a provision which would pay TSA, Coast Guard, would pay all the divisions of the Department of Homeland Security except for the ICE and enforcement provisions. We can agree to that, and I believe the senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, is going to offer that. You've got to. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you. And again, I really do, this is totally sincere. I think you're a good man. I really do. I probably shouldn't, I'm not probably supposed to say that, but I do believe it. Would you consider modifying the resolution to take that piece out? Just make it clear, like just the paychecks while we're here, whatever the wording, that you and I sit down and we technically fix that wording. So it basically says, during this period of time while DHS is not being funded, could we just make that amendment and technical fix? This is not my bill, it's Senator Kennedy's bill, but would we be willing to do that? Because I don't want this to fall on a technicality.
At this point, I'm going to object, and we can discuss many of the things which you brought up today. But I would just tell you, you'll have your chance within an hour to vote for Jeff Merkley's provision, which will pay everybody working for TSA right now. So until you get that chance, and I hope you vote the right way, I object.
I appreciate.
Objection is heard.
I appreciate the senator from Illinois and his point of view. I will ask Senator Kennedy to make those modifications, and we'll come back out and fix it. But I appreciate, again, your willingness to engage in this conversation. So let me, offer us another proposal, just a little bit different proposal. I think we can all agree that our job is, since we're getting paid, we should do it, is to work hard here and stay through whatever it takes. By the way, I would be willing to stay this weekend. I was here all last weekend. I'll stay through Easter. I'll stay through 4th of July. Whatever period of time it takes until we release the paychecks of 260,000 Americans. So what I would like my Democrat colleagues to consider is to fund all of DHS, every single part of it, for 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks. We don't leave for Easter break. We spend every single moment together. Since we don't have planned meetings, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the next 2 weeks, maybe we had codels and trips and family vacations, but I have a great and understanding wife. I'm sure Democrat colleagues have the same thing, an understanding family. You have to do this job. And we stay here until we just get together and say, hey, look, in a 2-week period of time, we can get there. And I think there's been some negotiations that said, hey, maybe we can address this. The White House has come to the table unlike at any time I've ever seen. They've offered to codify tactics. And I know, Mr. President, you personally are concerned about that because you know a lot about law enforcement. You're the Attorney General of your state. And you know that if you put tactics into legislation, there is a lot of unintended consequences. You could have law enforcement breaking the law when in reality any of us would say, oh, actually, they're doing the right thing. There's a judgment call. You can't be that granular. Things have to be reasonable. So I think we can work out that language. Just 2 weeks. But here's what this resolution does, Mr. President. If my Democrat colleagues, all they have to do is stay silent. Think about the power. If my Democrat colleagues do not say a word, I don't know how long the parliamentarian will wait there. I'm hoping it's like 7 seconds will be the number, right? So if she hears nothing for 7 seconds. For 7 seconds. Think about this. For 7 seconds, silence. 260,000 people get to go home tonight and tell their kids, their spouses, their brothers or sisters, or mom or dad, I'm getting paid. They're retroactively paying me. They get paid for the next 2 weeks. Nothing's going to change. The world will still be here in 2 weeks. Politics will still exist in 2 weeks. We can beat the what out of each other for the next 2 weeks, but we got 260,000 families that get to go home and just, have you ever been in a situation, Mr. President, where you just, and you feel like the world is better again? 260,000 people for 7 seconds or less, maybe say 3 seconds, just silence. So I hope that we can get there. And by the way, just to be crystal clear, because what I heard from the minority whip was that my colleague from Oregon was going to offer to fund TSA. This does that. This does that. This will fund every single TSA worker in America. 3 seconds of silence gets every TSA worker paid, gets every Coast Guard person paid, gets every CISA person paid, gets every FEMA person paid, gets every Customs person, gets every Border Patrol person paid. 3 seconds of silence. 2 weeks. Put the burden on us. You won't take away our paychecks. You didn't agree to that. Will you agree to not object, to just say, let's pay TSA workers right now? By the way, I think if there's a chance that C-SPAN 2 is on live at the airports, and they saw you, Mr. President, say, hearing no objection, done. Americans would cheer at airports all over America right now. St. Louis, Portland, Cleveland, Miami, Atlanta for sure. Would cheer, my God. TSA workers are going to get paid. Come back to work. We're so sorry. And we're going to spend 2 weeks. That's it, 2 weeks. Not 2 years. Not 2 months. 2 weeks. To sit down like grown men and women and do our jobs that pays us $175,000 a year, plus, plus, plus. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 156, H.R. 4553. I further ask that the substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered and laid upon the table. The timing will start now.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Oregon.
I appreciate that my colleague from Ohio has come to the floor and said, wouldn't it be great if we ensure that a paycheck is written for 2 weeks? I have a better idea. We have far more than 2 weeks left in this particular year. The funding year ends at the end of September. So we are talking about something closer to 26 weeks. And while there might be a cheer for 2 weeks, there'd also be a lot of dread. And people across the nation would be going, so the proposal is to fund for 2 weeks while the majority sends us out for a 2-week break.
Senator, you for a question?
Not till I finish my remarks, but thank you. And so there are going to be 2 proposals by my colleague. And in response to one, I'm going to suggest that we free TSA as a hostage. TSA right now, we are seeing hundreds of TSA agents quit because they're not being paid. We've seen thousands call in and say, I'm not available for work today, probably sick from the stress of not receiving paychecks. We can alleviate that completely for the rest of this entire year, this entire fiscal year, with the proposal I'll put forward in a moment. And then, if my colleague has another proposal, well, we'll consider that as well. But I'll probably put forward a suggestion we do all 26 weeks for TSA and FEMA and the Coast Guard and cybersecurity. See, the debate where push has come to shove is over ICE and CBP. And it's because of the rules of engagement under which they've acted have been so extraordinarily aggressive, terrorizing our communities. So the conversation still remains and is underway about ICE and CBP and the reforms. When I'm done with my remarks. And so the key here is let's release these hostages. Because TSA is being held a hostage by my colleagues across the aisle, and FEMA workers are being held as a hostage
Point of order to the
across the
parliamentarian.
aisle.
I would ask my colleague to remember Rule 19, in which you're analogizing me to a hostage taker. I find that offensive, and I think in violation of Rule 19.
I will remind everyone that no senator in debate shall directly or indirectly, by any form of words, impute another senator or to other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming a senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam President. And so I'll just put forward the fact, not imputing anyone, just the fact that 9 times members of this body have come to the floor and asked unanimous consent to fund TSA. And in additional 12 times, members of this body have come to the floor and asked that we fund all 4 of those agencies, the Coast Guard and FEMA and cybersecurity and TSA. So let's not continue to hold these hostages. And TSA right now is the one we're completely focused on.
Again, Madam President, you've warned the senator from Oregon. He's repeated the exact same statement. I believe Rule 19 does not allow him to continue speaking if he's violating that standard.
The chair does not find the statement by the senator to be in the context that you're taking it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just cut to the chase here. Just as my colleague's heartfelt desire to get those paychecks written, so I too want to see them written. And at the moment, we see the TSA agents in high stress. Our airports are causing stress for people out through the nation. So let's get that piece done right here, right now, in this moment. And therefore, I'd ask the senator to modify your request. So the Senate instead proceeds to immediate consideration of calendar item number 362, Senate Bill 4127, that the bill, which funds TSA, be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Thank you, Madam President. So the questions I was hoping that you would answer so they would be more fresh in your mind were, are you only suggesting right now, just to be crystal clear, there's a lot of people's lives at stake here, by the way. Let me just clarify that a 2-week continuing resolution would pay people retroactively. See, they're owed almost 40 days of pay. So this would pay them back the money we've taken from them for the last 40 days. Give us 2 weeks, not 2 weeks of pay. I just want to make sure you understood, because maybe I misspoke. I want to make sure the Senator from Oregon didn't misunderstand what I said. I was suggesting that we fund DHS, which retroactively pays 260,000 people, give us 2 weeks to get a solution, and never, ever do this to a single American family again. It's a disgrace that we're doing this. And I'm not imputing I'm imputing all of us. That we never do this. We never allow a hardworking American to go without paycheck because of our politics. So I just want to make certain that the senator understood that. I also want to make certain that I heard the senator properly, because I don't think his speech matched the resolution. So this is a simple yes or no question. If you don't mind, just give me a yes or no if you want to. You don't have to. I have the floor, but it's up to you if you want to answer yes or no. But I'm going to frame it as a very simple yes or no question. Are you suggesting that we not also fund FEMA?
Madam President, may I respond to my colleague's questions?
The senator is recognized.
Thank you. To his first question, in which he sought to clarify that his proposal is retroactive.
Madam President, I was yielding for a yes or no answer.
The chair understands.
Are you suggesting that we not also fund the Federal Emergency Management Agency? Are you suggesting that we not do that? Yes or no? What is your response?
Madam President, speaking to my colleague through the chair in the ancient Senate tradition, the answer to that is I already pointed out that I'm going to offer 2 proposals. One, that we fully fund TSA, and we do it not for 2 weeks, but we do it for the balance of this year through September 30th.
Got it. Thank you. You've answered my question.
No, and second,
I have the floor.
Proposal.
The senator from Ohio has the floor.
I have the floor. Thank you for the point of order.
I believe I'm answering your question. I think I have the floor answering your question.
The senator from Ohio has the floor.
Please, let's maintain decorum here. I think the American people deserve public officials who are receiving paychecks while they're not to have semblance of decorum in class with each other, and I hope that I've displayed that thus far. Here's what's being proposed, just to be crystal clear, Madam President, because this gets very fuzzy. I've proposed a 2-week continuing resolution that would retroactively pay every DHS employee, give us 2 weeks to negotiate. And what my colleague from Oregon, whether intentional or not, what he's proposing in this modification request, I don't have a crystal ball or a time machine. I have no idea what you're going to propose later. God knows what that is. I have no idea. But in this proposal, it's saying only fund the Transportation Safety Agency. I don't understand why we wouldn't take the opportunity. So I'm going to ask my colleague back, would you consider, in addition to funding TSA, permanently for the rest of the fiscal year? I love that, by the way. Let's do that. Absolutely. Can I have an amen? But in addition, fund the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Seems like a pretty good agency to fund. These are the men and women that respond to disasters. You've been there, Madam President, when they responded to disasters in your state of Iowa, right? I mean, you probably go there and go, these people are unbelievable. Let's fund them. Let's pay them. By the way, let's pay them and say thank you. Then we look at cybersecurity, an agency called CISA. We love acronyms here. The Cybersecurity Agency, what do? They make sure that we don't have threats. We're in a major conflict with Iran. 60, 70% of them aren't working. Would you also consider funding that? Seems like a good agency. Secret Service, really important agency. They keep the President of the United States safe. And his threat level right now, you've been to the White House, Madam President, my God. The threat level against the President of the United States right now is at a peak. We're about to do FIFA, the soccer championship, although the F does stand for football, which is what we call it, Columbia, but we call it soccer here. We're going to need Secret Service there. How about Customs? Should we not fund Customs? What's their job? Their job is to inspect packages coming in from other countries, process visitors to your state, my state. Why don't we fund them? Let's go through here this chart. The Department of Homeland Security, USCIS. Oh, another acronym. What do? They take people like me who applied to be a U.S. citizen and process my legal immigration status. Seems like I love this agency. I thank them every day because they do a good job. 3,300 people. Can we also agree to fund them? How about this group? This group, Madam President, look at the name of this agency, the Biological and Nuclear Threat Prevention Agency. Can I have an amen to fund that agency for the rest of the year and never, ever, ever gamble with that threat? Now let's talk about this agency here. Homeland, you can't read that, but Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent. These are like, if you think of the enforcement removal officers as the police officers, these guys are like the detectives. These are the guys that chase down the worst of the worst criminals, the guys that machete people's heads off, child traffickers, transnational gangs. These guys are going without a paycheck for the last 40 days. And they're still at the job, chasing the worst of the worst. Would anybody here like to do that job? Would any of you like to put this little badge on and go chase Pablo Escobar on steroids? Because that's what they're doing. And then let's look at this agency down here. We talked about it, Customs and Border Patrol. I don't know, I'm sure my Senate colleague has been here a lot longer than I have. That's true about most of the people here. I'm sure he's familiar with Customs. You know, I'm a decently simple guy. So, you know, those are the blue uniform guys. You know, you come in from traveling and can I see your passport, anything to declare, right? Do we not want them on the job? We don't want Customs on the job? And then Border Patrol agents, I don't just think we should pay Border Patrol agents for the rest of the fiscal year. I think we should give those guys a massive bonus. They've cut border encounters in this country by 98%. So to my colleague, to summarize it all, we can skip a step. We're going to skip a step. Would you be willing to modify your proposal to adopt instead calendar number 311, H.R. 7147, the DHS Collins Amendment? Sounds very fancy, doesn't it, Madam President? It funds all of that stuff. I've listened to speeches for the last 40 days, and my colleagues have come out, let's fund this agency, let's fund this agency, let's fund this agency. I'm agreeing with them. I want them to accept yes for an answer. I want them to say yes, let's do it. Let's fund all of DHS, except for the one agency that's not on there, which is the enforcement removal operations. So would you, to my colleague from Oregon, who said you want to fund all these things, your words, not mine, for the rest of the fiscal year, plus retro pay, would you be willing to change your amendment to my proposal and instead substitute all of this with calendar number 311, HR 7147, the DHS Collins Amendment. The parliamentarian, is he able to respond to that, or do you need me to read this formal text here?
Would the senator modify his request for modification?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has my colleague from Ohio objected to funding TSA for the rest of the year?
Madam President, I think I have the floor. You know what? English is my second language, so I sometimes speak too fast and maybe don't use the right language. So let me just be crystal clear again. I'm suggesting that we fund TSA for the rest of the fiscal year, retroactively pay every worker, do that for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, do that for CISA, do that for Secret Service, do that for Customs, do that for Border Patrol, do that for Homeland Investigations, do it for USCIS. We love these guys. And do it for, definitely love these guys, the Biological Nuclear Threat Prevention Agency. That's, to be crystal clear, what I'm saying. So to answer your question, does that include TSA? Yes, it does include TSA. This would fund TSA for the rest of the fiscal year.
Madam Chair, has the colleague from Ohio objected to funding
Will the
TSA
senator
for the balance?
suspend? The senator from Ohio renewed his original request. Is there objection to that request?
His objection is heard.
Is there objection to the original request from the senator from Ohio?
Well, Madam Chair, yes.
Which he just renewed.
Reserving the right to object. I propose we fund TSA for the rest of the year. My colleague, as I understand it, has refused to agree to that. And therefore, he's essentially objected. But he's asked for a modification. I am happy to, at this very moment, propose that we go to a request which funds FEMA and the Coast Guard and cybersecurity and TSA, essentially everything except ICE and CBP, and the other agencies are fee-funded. I'm happy to go to that proposal if my colleague is willing to fund FEMA and Coast Guard and cybersecurity. But I think he's been well aware that he keeps putting a poison pill in here. He keeps asking for Customs and Border Protection to be funded without modifying how they're behaving across the nation. And he keeps asking for ICE to be funded without modifying their actions where they're operating like a secret police. That is why negotiations are underway with the White House over that issue. So let's stop holding FEMA and Coast Guard and cybersecurity and TSA hostage. And I'm happy to put forward a proposal right now that would fund all four of those agencies for the balance of this year.
Senator from Ohio.
Says, I think we have a failure to communicate. So let me try one last swing here to make sure that I make it crystal clear. By the way, I absolutely mean this sincerely, absolutely total respect. I know that my Senate colleague from Oregon knows that DHS is more than 4 agencies. I know he knows that. So what I just want to clarify is, in your modification to my modification, yes or no, are you including USCIS?
Madam Chair, I think my colleague can check and see that that is a fee-funded organization.
So you do not want to fund USCIS?
Madam Chair, I think if my colleague checks, he'll find that USCIS is funded through fees. And let me explain what a fee is. A fee is when
Madam
Chair, I think I should explain. I should explain the appropriation for my colleague from Ohio, which he doesn't understand how it's funded.
Senator from Ohio has the floor.
He answered my question. I was 5 when I learned where the fee was. So the answer to that question is not including USCIS, which is odd because they do have an appropriations line in the appropriations bill, by the way. So just the answer to that question is no. So no, here's what's ironic. My colleague from Oregon, Madam President, you can't even make this up, wants to not fund the people who are in charge of defending our borders and deporting criminal aliens, but does not want to provide funding for the agency that brings people here legally. Wow, that's a moment. So let's go to this next one.
No CPP.
Will you agree to fund
Democratic position. No.
the Homeland Investigations Unit? In your proposal, does it include funding for HSI? Yes or no?
Madam President, my colleague is engaged in a dialogue here that I'd be happy to resume at another moment. He's rejected both my proposal to fund TSA, he's rejected my proposal to fund FEMA and cybersecurity and TSA and the Coast Guard. At this very moment, there is a ceremony going on to honor our police officers who protected this Capitol on October 6th. And that is to honor a plaque that has been posted that the Senate, in a bipartisan way, agreed to have put up when it was being hidden by the Speaker of the House in some closet. And so I understand the points you are making. I think you understand the points I'm making. I have countered your proposal with a proposal to fund TSA for the balance of the year. I countered your proposal to fund everything in but ICE and CBP. And although you've never said the words, I object, I understand you're objecting through your dialogue. And if I misunderstand that, please say now that you agree to my proposals and we will be done with this conversation. But I really think it'd be good for both of us in a bipartisan way to go down and honor the officers that protected the Capitol.
All right, so just to be crystal clear, because again, this is getting a little deeply ambiguous. Is the senator from Oregon suggesting that we fund the entirety of the Department of Homeland Security, everything, the entirety of Homeland Security, with the exception of Customs, the people who inspect packages, the people who greet people at Portland International Airport, and Border Patrol, and Homeland Investigations and Enforcement Removal of Operations? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, my understanding is the second proposal I put forward, my understanding is the second proposal funds everything but ICE and CBP, is my understanding of the Murray bill.
Does the senator from Ohio agree to that modification?
I would agree to one. We're almost there, by the way. This is actually very important. Like, we're making a lot of progress here. And I think the plaque will be there for a long, long time. So here's where we're at. Just for recap, we used to have 10 commandments in my company. We used to have commandment number 11 was thou shalt recap. So let's just recap where we are. Senator from Oregon, on behalf of the Democrat Party, is saying that he's willing to do right now, fund the entirety of the Department of Homeland Security, everything, every single agency of the Department of Homeland Security, but is carving out the Customs and Border Patrol Division and the entirety of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which includes these guys, the guys who chase down bad guys. So I would ask that you take a look at the Collins Amendment, H.R. 7147, calendar number 311. Let's include the guys that chase the really bad guys. I'll agree to your proposal. If you include the guys who chase the really bad guys, Homeland Security investigations, and include the guys who greet people at your airport. Like, what you're suggesting is don't pay the guys that screen people who are leaving. You want to pay them, but don't pay the people who are taking care of the people coming back in. Like, boop, boop, boop. This is backwards land. Let's fund everybody at the airport. So why wouldn't we fund Customs? In fact, why wouldn't we fund Customs, the guys in the blue? If you have an issue with Border Patrol, the guys in their green jackets, is that what you're saying, that you would agree to fund everybody but Border Patrol and Enforcement Removal Operations? Because I think we're super close. We can finish this dialogue and bring peace and tranquility to 260,000 families. Are you willing to do that? Was the senator of Oregon willing to modify that one little tweak just in between? We're there saying, hey, let's include HSI, let's include the guys that patrolling our border, let's include the customs guys. Or are you saying, no, if we pay people at the airport who receive visitors from foreign countries, and the people who guard our border, who are doing an amazing job, and the people who are chasing bad guys. Because you won't fund those three things, I'm saying, well, good. We'll put enforcement removal operations on the side. By the way, $5 billion haircut to this budget. Why don't we just do that? The senator from Oregon, will you accept that? Let's get this done. Okay. Make the American people very happy and have glorious news for a lot of American families. Look, think of the power you have right now. The power you have right now to feed 254,000 American families by the words that are going to come out of your mouth. I would ask all of us to have the humility to understand how powerful it is, your next words, because your next words will provide the paycheck for 254,000 American families. Please, I beg you, please, please do the compassionate thing, and then we'll work on ERO later.
Madam Chair, is that a question?
Yes.
I'd be happy to answer the question twice when I've answered questions. My colleague has reclaimed the floor in the middle of it. Do you intend to actually let me answer the question this time? He's not responding,
yeah, of
which
course.
means he's reserving the right to object when I get partway into the explanation to his question. But let's be clear. Because of the sequence of events in which I proposed 2 modifications and he rejected 2 modifications, he rejected and objected to paying through the end of September the TSA. And then I proposed that we fund everything except for CBP and for ICE, because those are the 2 issues under negotiation with the president. And he has again objected to, and he's proposing a 2-week extension, and then people don't get paid again. So we're going to bring this to a close because essentially my colleague has asked me to participate in this debate, and it was very clever, and I've willingly done so. But I think 26 weeks is a whole lot better than 2 weeks. And so since my colleague objected to paying TSA, objected to paying everyone in Homeland Security except for ICE and CBP because that's under negotiation with the House and with the President, I have objected to his 2-week extension. Thank you, Madam President.
Objection is heard.
All right, let's just spend 60 more seconds here to recap what we got. So my colleague from Oregon, representing the Democrats, because we gave him a lot of time to kind of figure out how to come here, has said that what the position of the Democrat Party today is, today's position, different Saturday, by the way, different Sunday, by the way, different Monday morning, in which the minority leader went on Joe Scarborough and said that it was President Trump who rejected the idea to fund all of DHS except for enforcement removal operations. And then, of course, I think President Trump was maybe a genius there, because maybe by him saying no on Sunday, it made the Democrats say yes. And then he said, yes on Monday evening. Then Democrats had to go back to no. Kind of crazy. What we are doing is not going to fund for the rest of this fiscal year the people who keep our country safe because they want to defund the people whose job it is to keep our border secure and to deport people who broke into our country illegally, including murderers, rapists, transnational organizations. They do not want to fund those agencies. I just want that to settle in here and point out to you that what I proposed today, Madam President, you voted yes. 53 Republicans and 1 courageous Democrat. 54 voted for that. All it would take is 6 Democrats and 254,000 people would get their paycheck. It's a sad day. I will mark the time, 5:45 p.m. A sad day for the United States Senate, Madam President. And with that, I yield the floor.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you so much. You know, I've got to say just this. We have Medal of Honor recipients with us right now. And I've fast forwarded because I had this beautiful speech to give and all that stuff, and there's been some things happen that we'll get to in just a second. But if U.S. Army Major General Patrick Brady, just please stand up just 1 second, sir. If you would, just stand just for a second, sir. And U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson, please stand, if you would. And U.S. Navy Command Master Chief Brett Kelly Slabinski, if you'd please stand. And U.S. Army Sergeant Major Thomas Payne, if you would stand, please.
The chair will ask the senator to suspend momentarily.
It's against the rules, so you could say something just like, I'm sorry, I didn't know these rules around here, but I thank them for their service.
Okay. If I violated a rule, it's because I'm new to the game and I don't know all the rules. But I want to thank them for their service in every way. Medal of Honor winners. It is just unfathomable to think that those folks can grab a live hand grenade and try to throw it away from their comrades, to absolutely charge into enemy fire like you can't imagine. And I think all the time, I say to myself, you know, if I were in that situation, could I have that courage? Could I have that grit? Could I have that love for this unbelievable country and my comrades that are right with me? I don't know. It takes something that not many have, and we should honor them beyond belief. The reason I asked these gentlemen to stand was just simply just this. Today something happened to me that, to be perfectly honest, I may have thought was getting to be semi-impossible. And that was just this. People from both sides of the aisle actually talk to one another. I had an amazing conversation with ranking member, Martin Heinrich. We sat and we built some level of trust and communication. Now, we're always going to fight with one another. We know that. But at the end of the day, these four, and for all the other 3,500 almost, today we did something that, in all fairness, these four an hour and a half ago would have thought wasn't going to happen. So I'm going to fast forward and read something that we all thought was semi-impossible. But to others on the other side of the aisle, Senator Sheehan, Senator Padilla, to absolutely our great chairman of ENR, Senator Lee, I am so thankful that we just talked. For God's sakes of living, we just talked. And lo and behold, wham, bam, bam. This monument that we've wanted to put on our National Mall, that I'm going to ask for your unanimous consent in just a second, absolutely were there. No one would have believed it. No one really thought it. These people have given so much and we needed to stand up for them. And lo and behold, today, maybe just a lot of lessons. Lessons maybe that we all ought to listen to. And that's just this. If we talked and we trusted and we absolutely told the truth to one another, there may just be passage of lots and lots and lots of stuff that we should be doing here. That's what we should be doing. I always call the voters Toby and Edith, but Toby and Edith need us. They need us in the worst way. I would say some way, somehow, we've got to tone down and stop a little bit of the food fight. So right now get this. Get this. This is what I'm reading to you right now. I ask for unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block. That the substitute amendment at the desk to Senate Bill 858 be considered and agreed to, and that the bills as amended, if amended, were applicable, be considered read a third time and passed in block, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, all in block. My bill, Senate Bill 858, the Herschel Woody Williams National Medal of Honor Monument Location Act, and Senate Bill 1142, the Scarper Ridge Golden Gate National Recreation Area Boundary Adjustment Act from Senator Padilla.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
How about that, guys? Now we're rolling. So at the end of the day, I could go through this wonderful speech that I had, but really and truly, we're there. God bless each and every one of those unbelievable heroes that have delivered for this great nation. And Madam President, I thank you so much. It's been a big time honor flying with you. And so proud. Can't be more proud than I am right now. Thank you so much.
Senator from Tennessee.
Madam President, I so appreciate our colleague from West Virginia and his commitment to our nation's veterans, and today on Medal of Honor Day that he was taking the time to recognize them. We are grateful for that and grateful for their service and their sacrifice, and know that we are able to continue the work we do for our great nation because of the service that they have rendered to our nation. Madam President, on Monday, I had the honor of joining President Trump in Memphis. This was his first visit to our great state after launching the Memphis Safe Task Force last year. And we were so thrilled with this. The task force has been working in Memphis for the last 6 months. And as we put that task force into place, what we saw is a city that has really transformed for the better. Now, the reason the task force came to be is because Memphis, Tennessee, in 2024 had the highest per capita crime rate of any city in this country. There were over 100 gangs that were there, vehicle thefts, carjackings, cargo theft. The list went on and on. Aggravated assault, violent crime, murder. What we saw was a rising crime rate. And regardless of how much energy local law enforcement put into this, apprehending criminals. There was a Soros-backed DA. It was a revolving door, and nothing seemed to get better. Well, as Kash Patel and A.G. Bondi came before me before their Judiciary Committee hearings, I presented each of them with a crime stat sheet. This was the crime stats of Memphis. I asked for their help. They committed for their help at their hearings. They publicly committed for that help. And last summer, we started Operation Viper. And then what we saw was the success. And because of that Operation Viper success with the FBI working with local police, then last September, we started the Memphis Safe Task Force. It is local, state, and federal elected officials working with local, state, and federal agencies all working together. The mayor of Memphis, Chief Davis, chief of police, our National Guard, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, 30 federal agencies, our U.S. Marshal, our U.S. Attorney, and yes, a difference is being made. Residents had talked a lot about Memphis in 2024. They honestly could not walk outside their houses. Kids could not play outside. They were concerned about being robbed, assaulted, murdered, and seeing criminal gangs turn their community into a war zone. Now, the fact that we have had such success in Memphis and dropping that crime rate by nearly 50%, 50%, we are the example, the model of how you can get in behind this and change what is happening with crime. Some of the stats, Madam President, are we have seen a 40% drop in sexual assault in Memphis, a 56% drop in robbery, a 68% drop in motor vehicle theft, a 36% drop in murder. That is what happens when your mayor, your police chief, and your agencies are working in partnership, getting criminals off the streets. Now, since September, these combined agencies have made over 9,000 arrests, and more than 3,300 of those were for violent criminals, violent offenders. Among them are hundreds of warrant arrests for domestic violence, aggravated assault, weapons crimes, as well as dozens more for sexual assault and homicide. These criminals are among the worst of the worst. In late February, in one day, the authorities arrested a 26-year-old woman wanted for killing a 2-year-old baby. You know, that's pretty hard to hear, Madam President. You and I are grandmamas. We love these little ones. Hard to fathom somebody would kill a 2-year-old. This is the type criminal they have taken off the streets. A 23-year-old man facing charges of first-degree murder, aggravated robbery, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. A 24-year-old man wanted for drug distribution and possession of prohibited firearms. Members of the task force are working every single day to apprehend these individuals, and while they are apprehending them, they have recovered more than 2,200 illegal firearms, 1,200 stolen vehicles, and get this, they have rescued more than 150 missing children. You know, in the Biden administration, they lost track of about 500 children. And everyone said, well, where are these children? What could have happened? Because of the good work of these federal, state, and local agencies and law enforcement, yes, indeed, 150 missing children. This operation has been so successful in Memphis, it really ought not to surprise anyone in this chamber. 62% of Memphis citizens say the initiative has been effective at reducing crime. 86% support hiring more police officers. Imagine that, Madam President. Everybody working together, regardless of your political party, regardless of whether you're state, local, federal. You've got 86% of the population of the city saying, let's do more of this. And 77% say, let's build a new jail so we can keep these criminals off the street. I am incredibly optimistic about the future of Memphis. I am so grateful to President Trump, Director Patel, AG Bondi, and Secretary Hegseth, along with all the other federal agencies, for their commitment. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, as we have heard on the floor today, it is the 40th day of the Democrats' shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Now, this is already one of the longest shutdowns in our nation's history. And what we know is that our DHS employees have gone 46% of this fiscal year without a paycheck. This is something that is immoral. Our colleagues across the aisle have voted not once or twice, but 7 times not to fund our DHS employees. So I think that it is incredible that they are doing this because they've got 2 goals. And we know these are their goals because they've been on TV talking about this. They have talked to their base about these goals. Goal number 1, abolish ICE. They're all about it. They want to abolish ICE. Goal number 2, they want to defund law enforcement. Now, they've been on this for years. They had told their base that they were going to find a way to do this. So they think that not paying TSA workers is a way to do this. They think that not paying DHS employees is a way to get to their goal. Well, they're sadly mistaken, and the American people are figuring this out, that what they're doing in order to punish ICE for upholding the rule of law and removing violent criminals from communities, that it's okay to make people hurt, to make people suffer. I think that it is so immoral what they are doing. Now, of course, they are fully aware that ICE is funded through 2029. If they had read the Working Families Tax Cut Big Beautiful Bill, they would be aware of this. But no, they didn't take the time to read the good things that were in that bill because they had made their mind up they were going to vote no. Regardless of what happened, they were going to vote no. So they think it's okay to punish Secret Service agents, TSA officers, Coast Guardsmen, and our cybersecurity professionals, our Homeland Security investigators, so that they can try to abolish ICE. Now, President Trump is doing everything he can to alleviate the pain the Democrats are causing. You see Republicans have made concessions. It was, we want a change of leadership at DHS. Well, that change has taken place. We want to end the Minnesota surge with ICE. That has ended. We want to end roving patrols. That has been done. We want to change policies around protesters. We want to change policies at detention facilities. All of that's been done. Body cameras, that's been done. What they continue to do is move the goalposts. Nothing is ever good enough because the only thing they want, abolish ICE, defund law enforcement. So regardless of what we bring forward, regardless of what is offered, they've decided they are a big, fat, whopping no. They do not give a rip and flip what happens to TSA agents and their families, people that are sleeping in cars, people that can't pay their mortgage, people that can't pay for child care, people that are not able to go to work because of this. They're not concerned about the 450 agents that have already turned in their badge and said, we can't hack this. We've got to have a job where we're paid every time we go to work for every hour we work rather than being paid 46% of the time. I think that it is so important that we realize they are standing up for illegal aliens. You know, they are standing up for criminals like Jose Medina, who was charged last week with shooting and killing Sheridan Gorman, an 18-year-old college student at Loyola University in Chicago who was out walking with her friends. Now, there was a Chicago alderman who said this was a kid in the wrong place at the wrong time. How totally insensitive and disgusting can that be? I tell you who was in the wrong place. It was an illegal alien who had a rap sheet, who came here under the Biden administration. He goes out and is charged with theft within a couple of weeks of being here, and the revolving door starts for him. I think that you have got to look at this. Somebody that is a repeat offender, they have no right to be here. And that guy, that alleged killer from Venezuela, he should never have been anywhere near that young woman. Now, I think that it is also important that we look at the fact there is new leadership at DHS. Our colleagues should be willing to fund DHS and stop repeatedly voting to shut the thing down and support the rule of law in this country. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, only United States citizens should be voting in United States elections. That is not a controversial statement. That is common sense. And Republicans believe in that statement. We believe that we need to protect voting in our elections. But I think our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they want to make those elections less secure. This is against the will of most Americans and against the will of their own voters. The Save America Act is simple. It requires proof of citizenship to register to vote and require a photo ID when you go to cast a ballot. Common sense. And it has overwhelming public support. but Democrats stand in opposition. Madam President, the polling numbers are clear. A recent CBS News poll shows that 80% of Americans support requiring a photo ID to vote, and that includes 65% of Democrats. A Pew Research Center poll finds that 83% of voters support photo ID at the polls, and that includes 71% of Democrats. And 66% of Americans support requiring documents showing proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. Proof of citizenship is when it's required when you apply for government benefits. It is required when you join the military. Every single job in this country requires new hires to fill out a Form I-9, proving they are eligible to work here. Americans show photo ID to drive a car, to pick up their kids early from school, to check into a hotel, to purchase cold medicine at a pharmacy, to board a plane, and to get a library card. If we expect this of Americans in these instances, why on earth shouldn't we expect it when they vote? We've applied this program in my home state of Nebraska. In 2023, Nebraska adopted a law through the voter-driven initiative process requiring voters to provide an ID with their name and photo when they vote. There's a lot of acceptable forms of ID in Nebraska: a driver's license, a state ID card, a U.S. passport, a military ID, a tribal ID. My state of Nebraska found a sensible way to verify voters' identities without restricting access for eligible voters. In fact, Nebraskans can get an ID and a certified copy of their birth certificate at no cost if they don't have one. Here in Washington, Democrats have spent the past few weeks waffling on this issue. In fact, Senator Schumer recently announced that Democrats do support voter ID. You know, that's great. Vote for it. My colleague, Senator Husted, a former chief election official in his home state of Ohio, decided to take Senator Schumer at his word. He offered a clean, basic photo ID bill. Just a simple requirement to show voter ID at the polls, a driver's license, a military ID, a tribal ID, or a passport. Well, guess what happened? The Democrats blocked it. They are completely unserious on this issue. They are out of step with the majority of Americans. Mr. President, the stakes couldn't be higher. America's election integrity is on the line. The Save America Act is a common sense solution. Proof of citizenship to register and photo ID to vote. Every Democrat will be put on the record, and the American people will be watching. I urge my colleagues to support the Save America Act. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as we stand here in the comfort of the United States Capitol on this beautiful spring day, men and women are in harm's way, serving this country, sacrificing for our defense in the Middle East. And I emphasize women as well as men are bravely and steadfastly sacrificing away from their families, away from their homes, away from the comfort that we take for granted. Women are the fastest growing demographic in our military. They are performing combat tasks as well as support. They are serving in every aspect of our United States military, and we are the better for it. We've encouraged more women to join the ranks of our military because of the tremendous talent, energy, patriotism, insights, compassion, and loyalty that they bring to service. And now, we are betraying them as veterans. Now we are constricting the health care available to them purposefully, simply out of ideological bias. On New Year's Eve, the Trump administration greeted 2026 by quietly, indeed secretively, implementing a near total abortion ban at the VA. It's a new policy that targets women veterans, many of them survivors of sexual assault or with service-connected disabilities or conditions. Shamefully, they robbed those veterans of access to essential health care. Hundreds of thousands of them, even when their health care is at risk or they have been raped. In the post-Dobbs world, this new policy is dangerous and it is cruel. It severely jeopardizes women veterans' health and safety. It prioritizes culture wars and political games over our nation's heroes. It disrespects and endangers more than 462,000 women of reproductive age, and that number is growing because more women are serving. They're enrolled in the VA healthcare system, and they live in states where there are abortion bans or restrictions. So the VA is their only source of health care when it comes to abortion. On behalf of these women, I urge passage today of my Congressional Review Act resolution to overturn this abhorrent new policy which imposes not only a ban on reproductive rights care, but also counseling. It's a gag order imposed on healthcare providers who should be free to advise and guide women in making these life-changing decisions about what to do with their own bodies. And this counseling is necessary for them to make those decisions about what to do with their futures. And sometimes they may be advised to have children when they may be doubtful about it. The point is that politicians shouldn't be dictating to our nation's heroes, our veterans, what kind of futures and decisions about their families they should be making. It should be those women veterans consulting doctors. A ban with the primary purpose of preventing women veterans to receive abortion care or counseling, even if they are victims of rape or incest, even if their health is at risk, is absolutely disgusting and dangerous. And keep in mind, health care should include abortion. Abortion is health care. Health care is a human right. And it's not just care, but also counseling. It is simply no way to treat veterans who have raised their right hand and been willing to die for their country, and who right now are, in fact, in harm's way, serving their country. Last month, I joined women veterans to discuss the practical impact of this rule. And I want to talk about some of their stories and read some of what they had to say, because they bravely shared the practical impacts and they highlight the human impacts of this administration's archaic and perilous policy. Alex, for example, is an Air Force veteran and a sexual assault survivor. During her second miscarriage, she was not provided with the care she needed, and it nearly cost her her life. Alex and her husband are terrified to get pregnant again in light of her experience when she nearly bled to death when suffering a miscarriage and care was denied her. An OBGYN finally intervened, and she was horrified when she learned the severity of her situation, but it potentially compromised her fertility. In her own words, due to complex service-connected health conditions, pregnancy is a very high risk for me. In order to get pregnant again, I need to know I can trust my doctors. I need the ability to have difficult, in-depth conversations with them, that they are with my health and I every step of the way, and will without hesitation step in to save my life and the fertility if something goes wrong. However, with this new ban, I no longer have that faith with the VA. As a result, my husband and I may never get to realize our dream anymore. For all of us, both sides of the aisle, both views, or many different views on abortion, this story ought to be heartbreaking. A couple who wants to have children and needs advice and counseling is denied it because of this policy. Another veteran I met, Lauren, was denied the life-saving care she needed when experiencing a miscarriage under the VA's previous abortion ban, before the administration stepped in to expand veterans' access to health care. She was denied care from a community care provider when having a miscarriage. She was eventually able to get that care elsewhere. She stressed the danger of being denied the life-saving care at the moment she needed it from the VA, and in her own words, quote, "Unfortunately, this has been a reality for so many across the country, but what happened to me isn't isolated. As a former combat medic, I hear from so many women, veterans, with similar reproductive issues triggered during service, ranging from a wide array of environmental and occupational factors to include toxic exposure." And she said, quote, "I served our country and was promised comprehensive health care for disabilities I incurred through service, which includes abortion care. Instead, radical ideologies have infiltrated our clinics," end quote. Denying victims of rape or incest the essential care they need is an insult. But it's more than an insult. It's an injury to veterans who put their lives on the line to serve our great nation, which has made a promise to them. It's a promise it makes to men, as well as women, that they will receive the health care they need from the VA. It's a promise that a great nation cannot break. Today we have the opportunity to right this heartbreaking wrong. We can overturn this cruel, misguided policy by passing our Congressional Review Act resolution. And to my Republican colleagues, let me just say, if you believe women veterans ought to be denied health care, if you believe we should break our promise to them, if you believe that this cruel, dangerous policy should be sustained, I understand you'll vote against us, but I'm hoping that you believe in protecting women veterans who've been raped or whose health is at risk. And the only way you can prove it is by supporting this resolution. Prove it today, because these veterans deserve action, not just words or rhetoric or empty promises. Open your eyes to the horror of this policy as it affects individual women veterans who need this health care. Please join us in overturning this absolutely abhorrent policy. I'm grateful to colleagues who have joined me on the floor today, and I yield to Senator Hirono.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
I would be happy to yield to my colleague from New Hampshire, Jane Shaheen, if she would like to go before me. Okay. Mr. President, for 125 years, women have bravely served in our armed forces, risking their lives to defend our country and protect our national security. Today, more than 2 million women veterans live in the United States. Women Trump has ignored. Basically, he's turned his back on them by denying them access to abortion care and counseling. Abortion care is critical care, often life-saving health care, as noted by my colleague just now. That's why, after the Supreme Court's disastrous Dobbs decision, the VA responded by enabling women veterans to access abortion counseling and care. But last December, the VA, under different leadership, thinking they could get away with it, quietly implemented a near total abortion ban at VA, even in cases of rape, incest, or when a pregnancy endangers the veteran's life. It is not an exaggeration to call this change in VA policy yet another in Trump's war on women. Over 450,000 of the women veterans of reproductive age who receive VA care live in states with abortion bans or restrictions. Because of Trump's extreme policy, these women are now out of options, with nowhere to turn in reality for abortion care. And these are veterans, as I mentioned, who bravely risk their lives for our country, with the expectation that their country would take care of them when they return to civilian life. Not so under this regime. Instead, the agency tasked with ensuring the health of our veterans is willfully risking their health and lives, all because it's ideological agenda. Mr. President, we owe it to our women veterans and all veterans to provide them with the health care they need and earned, not to mention deserved. That is why Senate Democrats have introduced legislation to overturn this life-threatening policy at the VA and restore access to the care our veterans deserve. Tonight, every senator will go on the record making clear whether they care more about the well-being of our veterans or the political cruelty of Donald Trump. As the regime attempts to score cheap political points and place the lives of thousands of women at risk, I urge my colleagues to join in restoring access to essential health care for these veterans. And I want to add, as the examples provided by my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, our women veterans, in their service to our country, are exposed to toxic fumes and other environmental and service conditions that require comprehensive health care. I mean, as I mentioned, they're exposed to conditions that maybe, in the normal course, other women who are not in our services are exposed to. So our women veterans require comprehensive health care, and that is what we are asking for. And of course, that care includes abortion care. Mr. President, I yield back.
President.
Oh, the senator from New Hampshire, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from Hawaii, both for her eloquent statements and for her willingness to let me go ahead of her. I appreciate that, but she was here first. I come to the floor today to join my colleagues, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Hirono, and so many others in this caucus, because after years of relentless attacks on reproductive freedoms nationwide, what we're seeing from our colleagues here in Congress and the Trump administration have now set their sights on our nation's veterans, those who have dedicated their lives in service to our country. The Trump administration's new policy that we're voting to overturn today isn't just extreme, it is flat out dangerous. Republicans and Democrats alike have committed to doing everything we can to uphold the basic promises we've made to our nation's veterans. So we have to ask, why is this administration bending over backwards to further erode the freedoms our veterans risk their lives to protect by ripping away the basic essential health care that women need? After the Dobbs decision, the VA took a basic but critical step to protect the health of veterans and their families by providing them access to health care in a very specific set of circumstances. Tragic instances like when our veterans were victims of rape, when they've experienced incest, or when their lives or their health were directly in danger. Because when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and diminished the reproductive freedoms that women have enjoyed for half a century, it was clear that the federal government needed to take action to make it easier, not harder, for the hundreds of thousands of young women who've served our country to be able to access basic health care when they need it the most. Veterans who've often waited until after their military service to start a family now must question whether it's going to be safe for them to do so. Veterans who are now facing the most restrictive abortion ban across the federal government. This policy doesn't just prevent those brave Americans from receiving care under dire and heartbreaking circumstances. It actually prevents them from receiving basic counseling about their health as well. As my colleagues have already pointed out, this ban on abortion counseling means that VA providers can't discuss pregnancy options with their patients. And while the VA claims they will always save a veteran's life, their own internal guidance is so vague that providers will be forced to make impossible decisions. In this case, the lack of planning and specificity will leave it up to the VA to make split-second decisions about an urgent medical need based on very murky guidelines. At every turn, this administration has pushed forward dangerous policies intended to threaten access to full reproductive care. That's why I'm calling on our colleagues across the aisle to show some common sense, to realize that we can't repay those veterans who have already sacrificed so much for their country with a policy that puts their lives in danger, particularly at a time when 1 in 3 of our nation's female veterans have reported experiencing military sexual trauma over the course of their service. And let me repeat that, because I think that's a staggering statistic. 1 in 3 of our nation's female veterans have reported experiencing military sexual trauma during their service. These brave women deserve better than the carelessness of this administration refusing to give them full access to reproductive health care. We can't sit back and abandon them when they need it the most. We can't sit back and watch as reproductive freedoms slip away, because access to necessary and life-saving reproductive care should not be left to chance or the split-second decision of a provider. It should be a fundamental right, especially in the United States of America, where we have a Constitution that says all people are created equal. Now, I know it says all men are created equal, but I think since the founding of this country, that has been expanded to understand that we are talking about all of the citizens of this country. With that, I yield the floor. Mr. President, I note the
clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Connecticut.
in just a few minutes, we will vote on calendar number 33.
We're in a quorum call, sir.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
In just minutes, we will vote on calendar 338, Senate Joint Resolution 103, which will reverse the indecent, unjust policy that this administration implemented secretively on New Year's Eve. And I ask my colleagues to keep in their minds and thoughts and hearts the women veterans who have devoted so much to this country and who continue to serve and sacrifice as we speak. I ask you to keep in mind the female service officer who was raped before transitioning out of the military service and who learned she is pregnant after enrolling in the VA healthcare system. She's no longer covered by the VA to have an abortion. If she was still on active duty, the Department of Defense would pay or perform the abortion. If she works for the VA, her federal employee health care insurance would pay for the abortion. And if she were someone serving in a federal prison, her abortion would be covered. But because she is an enrollee in the VA healthcare system after bravely serving this country, she is not even covered for an abortion resulting from rape, or if her health is at risk. That's not right. It's not just. It's not worthy of a great country. It's not matching her service with our staying faithful to her. So for all these reasons, advocates of women's health care, advocates of veterans, and people who simply support health care as a human right, support this resolution to do the right thing. I move to proceed to calendar number 338, Senate Joint Resolution 103.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 338, SJ Res 103, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code, of the rule submitted by the Department of Veterans Affairs relating to reproductive health services.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Ms. Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Burkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Justice, Langford, McCormick, and Marino. Mr. Crapo? No. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Booker, aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Brooks, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Armstrong, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no.
The yeas are 48, the nays are 50, and the motion is not agreed to. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of S.Res. 661, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 661, recognizing the 205th anniversary of the independence of Greece and celebrating democracy in Greece and the United States.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate Armed Services Committee be discharged from further consideration of S.Res. 648 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S.Res. 648, honoring the memory, service, and sacrifice of Master Sergeant Nicole M. Amar, United States Army Reserve.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure?
Is there objection to proceeding with the measure?
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the Klobuchar amendment to the preamble be considered and agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Thursday, March the 26th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume the House message with respect to S. 1383. Finally, that the cloture motions filed during Tuesday's session of the Senate ripen at 1:30 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Cassidy, Welch, Whitehouse, Padilla, and Lee.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I rise today to honor a good friend, Sheriff William Hilton, who was tragically killed Monday. Sheriff Hilton was a sheriff in every positive, meaningful sense of the word.
Order, please.
He was steady. He was committed. He was there to answer the call when the community needed him. And that kind of service is more than just a job. It was his life calling. And he lived that calling every day. He was a devoted husband to his wife, Billy, a loving father to Shane and Christy, and a proud grandfather to Slade. Because behind a man with such heavy responsibility is always a strong family. And his family loved him, supported him, and stood by him through long, difficult, often 7-day work weeks. A true servant, a man others leaned on. As Sheriff Wood, his deputy and mentee, said, I talked to him almost every day. If I had any questions, who else could I ask but him? It tells you what you need to know about Sheriff Hilton. He just had lots of wisdom. He retired in 2008. Could have lived a comfortable life fishing. His community asked him to come back as sheriff, and he served 2 more terms. By the time he retired for good in 2020, he had served in law enforcement for 50 years. Again, could have lived comfortably in retirement, but he came back because of his sense of duty. We rode together once. There was a police ambush in 2016 in Baton Rouge, and a gunman killed 4 officers. And Sheriff Hilton and I rode down to the ceremony for one of them, a lawman paying tribute to a fallen lawman, and I always appreciated that. And there's something to be said about a lawman's realism. Sheriff Hilton certainly had it. He once told me, when you're fighting crime, it's like mowing the grass. You never stop, you just keep on going. There wasn't any anger, there wasn't any bitterness, just a realism, and it was a task before him, and it was a task he was going to do. There's a quote about losing a friend that says, "The melody he played upon the lives of those around him will never be played quite the same way again." So while the melody may not be played quite the same way, it'll be echoed by his family, by his community, by all of us. Mr. President, I ask that we take just a moment of silence to honor the life of Sheriff William Earl Hilton.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask that this next portion be entered into the record separately. Mr. President, someone asked me today, since Senate Democrats keep moving the goalpost on DHS funding, what kind of frustration is there among Republicans? I replied, ask the American people how frustrated they are. And it is, Americans are being hurt for some political gain that some Senate Democrats seem to enjoy. Do we have one? This is the New Orleans airport. These are the lines. At one point, it was out of the building and into the parking garage. That's on the second floor. They had to come through the parking garage, through the second floor, down to the mezzanine level in order to get into this line. It was a 5-hour wait for people to be able to go through the TSA checkpoint. At that point, people had missed their flight. You came to the airport 3 hours early, and you missed your flight after standing in that line. Now, I'm just asking the folks at the airport who came to visit New Orleans, maybe a destination wedding, something for their family, and then they return to whatever state they're from, having a great time, call up the Senate Democrats who are opposing ending the shutdown. By the way, the rate of call-outs from TSA staff exceeded 40% over the weekend. And, you know, they got bills to pay. I'm not quite sure what they're doing. It could be that they're driving for Uber or they're driving for Lyft. They're trying to pay their bills. That's the issue here, Mr. President. By the way, it's not just TSA agents. It's the FEMA agents, the people who help process the claims to rebuild communities after natural disaster. It is the Coast Guard, the people that rescue you when your boat breaks down, the people who are in the boats protecting our naval ships right now on deployment outside of Iran. It is the people protecting us from cyber attacks, the cyber attacks that are coming right now from Iran. Now, every time an offer is made, Democrats say, nope, it's not quite there yet. As someone said, they're now rejecting deals which are better than their first offer. Now, put this in context. Republicans and Democrats negotiated a funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security months ago. And at some point, that deal was broken. They said, no, this is not good enough. Then, 6 weeks ago, they refused to fund the Department of Homeland Security, at which point folks like TSA agents stopped getting paid, and FEMA, and cybersecurity, and Coast Guard, et cetera. And so, Republicans have leaned forward and offered, for example, body cameras. They said they wanted body cameras. I think they wanted $20 million. I'm told the White House has offered over $100 million for body cameras. Nope, now we want something different. Now, I will just say, at some point, you have to be willing to make an agreement. At some point, you have to decide a line this long, inconveniencing that many Americans, and not paying TSA agents, FEMA, Coast Guard, and others is wrong. And you have to accept the deal. No, maybe you don't. Clearly you don't. But at some point, you should consider the pain that you are exacting upon fellow Americans, upon people who are not getting paid for 6 weeks, even though they have bills to pay. Now, I want to compliment right now the people that are able to work, whether it's TSA, FEMA, Coast Guard, or cybersecurity. Let us just thank them. Let us just thank them for doing what they're able to do to protect us, even though they've not been paid for 6 weeks. And I'll point out that Department of Homeland Security covers FEMA. I'd like the FEMA agents to be paid. Hurricane season starts in 10 weeks. In my state, in the Gulf Coast, the Atlantic Coast, we know what that means. Planning should be taking place now in case a hurricane hits in 10 weeks. That planning is not taking place because people cannot go to work if their department is shut down. So if you start to wonder how frustrated Republicans are, ask these people how frustrated they are. And ask the people who's at the end, right where they would be getting checked in, how frustrated they are. I asked my Democratic colleagues in the Senate, accept yes for an answer. If we've actually come to where you were and you move back and we've come forward still yet and you've moved back once more, maybe at some point you must examine your priorities. Is it to serve the American people? Is it to make sure that hardworking public servants are paid? Or is it to gain a political objective? I ask you, please, to put the American people first. With that, Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I'm going to speak about two topics, the SAVE Act and the war in Iran. And I'd like to start first with the SAVE Act. We're debating the SAVE Act, Save America Act. In my view, that will actually undermine our elections, sow distrust in the elections. But I want to present letters and calls I've received from Vermonters, including our town clerks, and their experience and their judgment about what this will do. We're very proud in Vermont that we have a very high voter participation rate and no fraud, and that is a point of pride that is shared among Republicans, among independents, and among Democrats. These are the words of a town clerk in Vermont. I have serious concerns regarding the SAVE Act, specifically the barrier it creates for voters and the unnecessary administrative and infrastructure burden it will place on election officials. If the SAVE Act is enacted, it will put a disproportionate burden on women, low-income families, and anyone who has changed their names since birth. Acquiring the documentation to prove a name change can be difficult, it can be expensive. Many women do not have just one name change, and they may have several due to multiple marriages or divorces, each requiring additional documentation to create a paper trail. Even if the government were to provide a free ID, the underlying documents needed to obtain that ID are rarely free. Consider the practical reality, this clerk goes on. What if a voter loses their documentation in a house fire or a flood? And by the way, we had 3 floods 3 years in a row on July 14th. They lack the time or resources to replace these documents in time to cast their vote. By the way, that matters to Vermonters of all political persuasions. Furthermore, if a voter is struggling to put food on their table and does not have a copy of their birth certificate, they should not be forced to choose between feeding their children and exercising their right to vote. Would voters be forced to use provisional ballots? And if so, how much more time would my office, this is the clerk's office, need to spend processing those after the polls close? Recently, I had an 85-year-old woman come into my office deeply distressed. she doesn't have a driver's license, a passport, or any other documents that are required under the Save America Act. Yet she has voted in every election her entire life. She's terrified that her right to vote will be stripped away. In a small community like ours, we know our neighbors. Requiring her to produce a birth certificate she hasn't seen in decades ignores the reality of local governance. And as an election official, I also have significant concerns regarding the logistical challenges this creates. How are we to verify the authenticity of various out-of-state documents? What system will I be provided? This is the clerk. To ensure these documents are legitimate. Federal databases are not always updated in real time. Federal database, if the Act requires verification against a federal database, any lag in the system would wrongly flag eligible citizens as ineligible. Managing the nuances of local, primary, and federal elections is already a complex task, even for the most seasoned officials. This act represents yet another unfunded mandate. Our taxpayers are demanding lower taxes. And how can we implement this massive administrative shift without raising taxes or diverting funds for other essential services? Elections are the heartbeat of our community, and as an election official, my priority is ensuring that every eligible neighbor can cast their vote without undue hardship. The Save America Act threatens to turn a straightforward civic duty into a costly, bureaucratic nightmare for our town and its residents. We must ensure that our laws protect the right to vote for all citizens, regardless of their age, sex, income, or life circumstances, rather than creating an unfunded mandate that our taxpayers cannot afford. Another former town clerk wrote, "I'm thoroughly horrified by the onerous requirements for registering to vote. As a former town clerk, I've always believed that a well-functioning democracy should do everything in its power to encourage people to vote, not throw up roadblocks that effectively block millions of people from doing so. Though no one wants non-citizens to be allowed to vote in federal elections, multiple studies have demonstrated that this is an extremely rare event. From a cost-benefit standpoint, the Save America Act makes no sense. I believe the risk of harm to millions of current and future voters vastly outweighs the risk of non-citizen voting, which is a relatively minimal issue. Mr. President, that's what's called Vermont common sense. If Congress and the public believe that showing a valid ID at the polling place is something that should be implemented across the country, this should be proposed in new legislation that will be delayed until at least 2028 so that everyone is given the opportunity to obtain a federal identification card, which can be used for the purposes of voting. It's ironic that the Republicans who have historically been opposed to a national ID card are now the ones screaming the loudest for documentation. You know, there's absolutely no reason that the bill should specify that a valid driver's license or a real ID card should not qualify as sufficient documentation to establish one's eligibility to vote. I believe this is simply a callous attempt to disenfranchise millions of people of color and those of lower socioeconomic status, as well as women who have chosen to change their names upon marriage. This clerk continued as another clerk, as a former town clerk who managed many federal elections over the course of my career. I always felt comfortable with the Vermont registration form that asked a number of questions of people who are required to sign an affidavit as to the accuracy of their residency and citizen status. The penalties for perjury are severe, and there's little to no incentive for a non-citizen to risk their status in the United States by illegally attempting to vote. Many voter registrations take place through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the creation of the so-called motor voter system has vastly improved the ability of officials to ensure that voter lists are accurate and up to date. Additionally, the Vermont Election Management System is an online registration system that requires either a Social Security number that can be cross-checked or a valid Vermont driver's license number. Both of these systems are fully functional in Vermont and offer convenience for residents as well as enhanced accuracy in the maintenance of voter lists and the conduct of elections. The clerk continues, I would venture to suggest that the SAVE Act in its current form would render those systems obsolete and create a huge problem for town clerks, members of the Board of Civil Authority, and voters by disallowing driver's licenses and real ID cards as an acceptable form of identification. Both of these systems would be rendered unusable. Voters in my state, they've called, they've emailed, and they've written to me with their concerns. Another Vermonter, Mr. President, Vermonter from Stowe. I'm writing to voice my concern over the protection of my voting rights and the voting rights of millions of other married women. I recently needed to renew my passport. I fortunately have my original birth certificate, but found out I no longer had an original copy of my marriage license. It took me significant time, effort, and money to obtain the original, and then to have the passport expedited in order to get it on time for my trip. We are talking months. I was fortunate that I had my birth certificate, and as I would imagine that many people do not. In her view, this bill is outrageous. One Vermonter in Heinsberg said, I'm hearing rumblings that the Senate will be taking action on the SAVE Act that unfortunately passed in the House. This, in this person's view, is a voter suppression bill. Personally, I've already purchased copies of my birth certificate and my marriage license, even though I have a passport, because I wanted to be damn sure I can vote. But obviously, there are many people who won't be able to access their needed proof of eligibility. If this bill goes through, and will therefore be denied one of their basic rights as an American. I'm pretty sure you are going to vote no on this, she says to me. I just wanted to let you know that I'm against it too. And by the way, she's right. I want this Vermonter to know they're right. Another voter in Winooski, please vote no to the SAVE Act. It's a solution in search of a problem, because voting by undocumented people does not happen in any significant degree in this country. It will disenfranchise millions of voters. It's essentially a poll tax on anyone who has changed their name at any point in their life, which means many women, amongst others, will be unable to vote. We have watched SCOTUS erode the Voting Rights Act of 1965 by degrees. The SAVE Act will be a death blow, in the opinion of this writer. The work of so many to enable people to vote, that some even sacrifice their life for, is further endangered by the lies about this act. Mr. President, I'm listening to my constituents. We all need to listen to our constituents and our local leaders. We cannot advance a bill that will just enfranchise voters. We cannot block access to the ballot box. We cannot limit voices. nor can we stop, nor should we stop, nor should we impede people from voting. I cannot and will not support the SAVE Act. Mr. President, I want to speak on the topic of the war in Iran. Mr. President, as I am standing here, 3,000 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne are on their way to Iran. These are elite paratroopers trained to jump into enemy-held territory. They will join 5,000 Marines being sent from Japan and California. How did we get here? On February 28th, President Trump launched this war, something he is now calling an excursion, with a massive display of U.S. military power and dominance. It was stunning. In the opening days, more than 8,000 targets were struck in Iran. More than 120 Iranian vessels were damaged or destroyed, nearly eliminating Iran's ability to launch drones and missiles. Iran's military and civilian leadership was decapitated, and that includes the then Ayatollah, who was the leader, now replaced by his son. It was an incredible demonstration of military power and execution of military might, just like Midnight Hammer was in June. Things are different today. We face something completely unpredictable, and we've had no discussion or debate about it. We face what has happened in Iraq and what has happened in Afghanistan, and that is a country with limited power has asymmetric power. It's confronting us with the limits of what can be accomplished with military power. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. And to the shock of most Americans, there appears to have been very little, if any, planning on the part of the folks who pushed us into war about what would happen when the strait was closed. The Iranians really don't need massive military power to keep the strait closed. A drone strike, a mine that hits a vessel that is going through, whether escorted or not, means that Iran has a vote. They can attack. It also means international shippers have a vote. Do they want to risk their cargo and their crew when that's an active military combat zone? They've answered that. No. There are hundreds of oil-carrying cargo vessels on both sides of the strait that won't proceed through. The president has to make a major decision. We have to make a major decision. His decision appears to be that he will escalate this war. He will put his faith that there is a military solution to resolving an outcome. That's despite the experience we've had where we've consistently been shown the limitations of what can be accomplished with our extraordinary military. And by all indications, the president has chosen a path of escalation. The Marines I mentioned, the paratroopers I mentioned, the massing of our military assets in the region, the attacks I outlined, and the $200 billion request that is coming our way. That's an extraordinary request of the American taxpayer. It's $60 billion more than President Bush requested in his supplemental to fund the opening months of the Iraq invasion in 2003. Escalation at this point, and that's the decision that is upon us, is going to be irresistible. And that is in the context of the president getting intelligence assessments from our intelligence community, as well as from the Israeli intelligence community, that the hoped-for collapse of the Iranian regime will not occur. It's intact. They've lost many of their leaders. They've replaced all of those leaders who they've lost. So do we expect that this paratroop expedition, this Marine expedition, can change that? That's a question that this body must debate. One of the weaknesses of our position right now is that the president did bypass Congress in making his decision to go on this, quote, expedition. The president also bypassed the American people by not addressing them and outlining with clarity the goals that he seeks to accomplish and the means by which he hopes to accomplish them, and the expectation of the sacrifices that American citizens will have to make in order to achieve his goals. And in a democracy, this is not just something that is done because it's nice to do. In a democracy, public backing for a war is not optional. It's a strategic necessity for success. There has been no effort to engage the public, and indeed, public opinion of the wisdom of this shows that barely 40% of Americans support this war, and more than 60% think our military action in Iraq has been excessive. Mr. President, this reservation that we're seeing on the part of the American people about this war is understandable. There's been no explanation about how it will, the goals and the expectation about an outcome. And there's been no candor about what this war will cost. $200 billion as a supplemental is a down payment on more to come. $200 billion is literally a $1,400 tax on every single American household. The average American family is also going to pay an extra $2,000 at the pump with the increase in gas prices. Families in Vermont are going to pay $1,000 more to heat their homes. Our small farmers in Vermont and in your state, Mr. President, are going to pay about 35% more for fertilizer just as planting season begins. We owe candor to the American people when it comes to what is going to be required for this war. But the other essential obligation we have in making a decision about going to war is to the men and women who we will ask to go to war because of our decision or because of our indecision. When I was first in Congress, Mr. President, I attended the funeral of a young Vermont Marine. He died at the age of 21 in the siege of Fallujah. He died on Thanksgiving Day. We all honor him as a hero, just like the other Vermonters that fell in post-9/11 wars. And in Vermont, at that point, we had the highest casualty rate on a per capita population basis of any state in the nation. We're so proud of the commitment of service that our young Vermonters give to our country. They step up because they believe in us. They believe that in a democracy, They serve us by volunteering, and they subjected themselves to the authority of the commander-in-chief, a civilian, and they will show up and they will serve at the call of the commander-in-chief. We in Congress have a role to play, and it's to weigh in on the decision of where and when we will send young men and women into harm's way. They do their job. We're not doing our job. We've had no hearings. We've had no debate. We've had no discussion. It's just happening. We're sleepwalking passively into a war that could be yet another war in the Middle East. Yes, it is true. The Iranian regime is dangerous. Saddam's regime was dangerous. The Taliban was dangerous. In the cases of of Iraq and Afghanistan, we did escalate, and we stayed and couldn't get out because we didn't make a decision. We were there and justified staying because we were there in the first place. We're at that moment with what is occurring in Iran. And yes, it's an evil regime. Yes, we want them not to have a nuclear weapon. But is diplomacy to be abandoned? Is unilateral action to be chosen? Is that to be done where we have literally no debate and no discussion? It's the wrong decision. And we face very soon a question of whether we will support a $200 billion expenditure for that war. The president calls it an excursion, but we all know better. We must make a decision, and I have made a decision. I will not support $200 billion for a military, quote, excursion in Iran. Mr. President, the burden of war is borne by those who fight it, the young men and the young women who put themselves in harm's way because we sent them there. They're the ones who suffer the loss of life, devastation in their families, lifelong injuries, PTSD. But the true burden of war is borne by those who fight, not by those who decide. Is it not our responsibility, our minimal responsibility, to decide? We're not doing that. We're passively backing into a war with no debate, no discussion, no profound appreciation of what we are asking the young men and women of this country to subject themselves to. Mr. President, we owe them more than that. I yield back.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Utah.
Mr. President, we're fortunate, we're blessed to inhabit a country where freedom is the norm, where popular sovereignty is the objective and has been since the dawn of our republic. We're celebrating this year the 250th anniversary of this country, which itself was founded upon the idea that all human beings are created equal, that we have certain inalienable rights, among these life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. The consent of the governed, that's the key part. It's what differentiates a tyrannical government, which is to say most governments that have ever existed, versus a government in which men and women are allowed to be free, in which government exists for the specific purpose of serving the people. That's part of what was recognized in the document whose 250th anniversary we'll be celebrating on July 4th, that governments are indeed instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So what does that mean to provide your consent? Well, among many other things, it means the ability to participate in selecting who may operate your government, who will wield the levers of government power. Government power is something that is easily misunderstood. These things don't necessarily occur to us automatically. To remember what government is, sometimes we are inclined to attribute to government qualities that it does not have and can never have, qualities that government can never have specifically because the government is not a person. The government consists of official power, the power to act in the name of an entire country or other body politic in order to establish rules carrying the force of generally applicable law, enforceable with the immense power of government. Ultimately, it is then about power, and that's one of the many reasons why, even though we need to respect government and respect the authority of government, especially when it's a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, we should never lose sight of the fact that government is best understood as wielding authority that is dangerous. In other words, like other things that we rely on, that we need, that are necessary in some cases to sustain life, or in other cases to make life manageable or enjoyable, government is one of those many things that, while a key, indispensable part of our lives, is at its core dangerous, because it is ultimately about force. And what differentiates government from other entities or other people endeavors that can bring about force, government has the ability to use force to enforce law, to enforce compliance with rules that we call laws because they are enforceable by force, and with a degree of official sanction and impunity that goes along with being a government. And that's why I believe it was George Washington who pointed out that, like fire, government is necessary, but it has to be carefully contained and constrained, lest it take over and destroy those very same things that it's there to serve. James Madison explained it really well in Federalist number 51, when he explained that if human beings were angels, we wouldn't need government. Because if we were angels, we would be naturally benevolent, kind, virtuous, and respectful of the law, respectful of order, respectful of each other. That's not to say that human beings are not that way. I believe that human beings are fundamentally, generally good. But not all human beings are that way, and no human being is that way all of the time. So getting back to Madison's point, If all human beings were angels, we wouldn't need a government because we wouldn't harm each other. We wouldn't physically injure each other. We wouldn't try to take other people's possessions, things that don't belong to us. We would live in harmony, and that is not the condition that we inhabit because, alas, we ourselves are not angels. So he said if men and women were angels, they wouldn't need government. He also said if we had access to angels to run our government, we wouldn't have a problem with government that would require us to subject government to rules. And that's where this document comes in. The document that was written 11 years after the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence, remember, in many respects sort of helped kick off the Revolutionary War. It was sort of already underway a little bit anyway, but it made it really official. But after the Declaration of Independence was put in place, it took years for us to win that war. By most accounts, 6 or 7 years. I believe it was about 7 years before it was deemed officially won. And we defeated the world's last standing superpower at the time. Now, this was a conflict as if between David and Goliath. Now, the original conflict between literally David and Goliath was not a conflict in which the smart money would have been on David. David was a small shepherd boy. David was no match for Goliath. Had the Vegas odds makers been in business then, there is no chance that they would have given David good odds at all facing Goliath, this huge individual armed to the gills, fiercely trained warrior. He was a professional killer. Nobody would have betted on David unless they were really, really thrill-seeking, risk-oriented gamblers. They would not have placed bets on David. Now, had they done so, I'm sure that they would have made a fortune because nobody else would have believed that it was possible for David to win, but he did. So too with the American Revolution. We were David in that battle. England was Goliath, the world's last standing military and economic superpower. We chose to take them on, and despite all odds being against us, we won. It took us about 7 years to get through that, but we won, and we reflexively, instinctively put in place a weak system of national government under the Articles of Confederation, which ultimately failed, in large part because in our reflexive instinct to resist that which we had endured under British colonial rule, we had come to fear large, distant national governments. Because in many respects, that's what the American Revolution was about. It's not as though our American forebears sat there one day and said, you know, we're tired of flying the Union Jack, or we're tired of having a monarch. That didn't really explain what happened. Nor was it about them being tired of singing God Save the King, or tired of the pronunciation they had over there. I actually have no idea how whether to what extent the pronunciations differed as much then as they do now, depending on which side of the Atlantic you found yourself on. It really had to do with this. We were subject to a large, distant, omnipresent, brooding, intrusive, heavily taxing, aggressively regulating national government, one that was so far from the people that it was slow to respond to their needs, even their urgent pleas. It became overly aggressive, and it knew no boundaries around its authority. That is really what the American Revolution was about. During the seasons, the decades, really the nearly 2 centuries, in which we were in this pattern of being British colonies, we went through cycles. There were seasons when the national government of Great Britain would withdraw and let us sort of govern ourselves. It was during those seasons in particular when our local self-rule, our colonial governments blossomed, and Americans learned the art of local self-government. Then there would be other seasons, often during or in the aftermath of a large conflict, a large-scale, expensive war. The Crown and Parliament needed to raise funds for a war or to pay off war debts, and very often that's when they would send forth their swarms of regulators and tax collectors to the colonies, and they would start to hold the colonies with a tighter grip. And it was after several cycles of this drama, several cycles of this bipolar, passive-aggressive pattern that we faced from the Crown and Parliament that in 1776 we decided we had had enough. So, back to the early 1780s, we won the war. We instinctively put together a government that would not resemble the system that we lived under previously. And so we reflexively created this quite weak, anemic national government. And that, too, proved problematic. Within just a few years, it became apparent that we couldn't survive unless we had a national government that was capable of functioning as such, and that our national government couldn't function effectively as such, as a national government, unless it had a few powers, including the power to coordinate and regulate commerce between the states and with foreign nations, including the power to raise taxes, to, among other things, fund war efforts, fund national defense, assemble armies, and so forth. And so it was against that backdrop that our founding fathers came together in that hot summer of 1787 in Philadelphia. They had tried the previous year in 1786 to assemble in Annapolis to deal with the same inadequacies of the Articles of Confederation. They tried to convene, but they failed because they failed to achieve a quorum. When they got back together in the late, started to assemble in the late spring of 1787, it was still ostensibly with the mindset of amending the Articles of Confederation. It was not officially their objective to write an entirely new document and ordain an entirely new structure and framework for our government to operate, and yet that is what they came up with. I happen to believe that those men were special. They were unusually gifted, unusually well educated, both as compared to their day and ours in every respect. I believe they were wise men raised up by Almighty God to that very purpose, because it is my belief that this is a land that God has foreordained for liberty. And He did not intend the sons and daughters of the United States of America to live in captivity under the oppressive yoke of any tyrant, foreign or domestic. And that's why we're so blessed with those uniquely inspired and inspiring and gifted and well-educated individuals who understood liberty. They understood power. They understood its dark side, and they understood the potential for greatness of any society that can live under the rule of law with a system of laws that attempts to treat people equally. We may not be equal in our capacity, in our possessions, in our stations in life, but we are all treated equally in terms of the fact that we are all equally subject to a just system of laws. That, from the American Republic's very beginning, has been the objective. While we don't always live up to that to the degree that we should, that is the aspiration. And in that respect, it's something that differentiates us from so many other nations, and certainly did at the time. What they came up with in the end was a system of government that fairly allocated powers between the states and the federal sovereign. And it acknowledged that it's just as important for the federal government to have power, to be exclusive in its domain over the federal sovereign, as it is for the states to retain all other powers not granted to the federal sovereign. It is no less bad for the federal government to intrude upon the sovereignty of the states than it is for the states to intrude upon and undermine the sovereignty of the federal government. And that's why the Founding Fathers were inclined to devote so much time, attention, and brainpower to this difficult task of assigning to each level of government what its responsibilities would be, and then separately assigning to each branch of the federal government, the United States government, which powers could be exercised by and within each branch. These things were relatively foreign to our English counterparts. They were even relatively new concepts here in some respects. In others, there were patterns that emerged in which you can see a close resemblance between the British system and ours. A bicameral legislative body, as there was in Parliament, a chief executive, as there was in England, with the president and a Parliament. There was some separation of powers, yes, but it wasn't complete. It was nothing like ours was. And then, as now, the dual sovereignty system did not exist in the United Kingdom. It was very rare in the entire world. It was a relatively new creature here. There were a couple of antecedents. I'll mention two of them briefly. One of them was the Swiss cantons, which had survived for centuries based on an allocation of power. There was the Swiss Confederacy, as it was known, consisted of a consortium of regional governments called cantons, and they came together for certain national purposes, including and especially national defense. So too with a more local, homegrown, familiar example, known as the Iroquois Confederacy. The Iroquois Confederacy had existed and thrived for centuries, with tribes that came together, maintained their right, their authority to govern themselves locally at a local level as to internal matters. But they came together and were one when it came to external affairs, especially military matters. It was in the 1740s that one of our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, many decades before we would become an independent nation, and many decades before we would have a constitution, Benjamin Franklin attended a conference of sorts in Albany, New York. Other attendees at that conference included a chief from the Onondaga tribe named Canasatego. Canasatego and Benjamin Franklin became friends, or at least allies. As Canasatego explained to Benjamin Franklin the secrets of the Iroquois Confederacy's longevity, its durability, its ability to defend itself, showing him that if you take a one arrow and you want to break it, it's easy to break a wooden arrow. But if you take a bundle of 5 or 6 of those thin wooden arrows, you bound them together, you can't just break them like you can easily break an arrow. Canasatego explained to Benjamin Franklin, this is the secret of the Iroquois Confederacy. If we were just one tribe, his tribe, the Onondaga tribe, if just the Onondaga tribe had to defend itself, it would be much easier for an enemy tribe to break. But when we are part of the Iroquois Confederacy, as they had been for centuries, we come together as a confederacy and defend ourselves when we're under common attack, when we need to defend ourselves, and that worked. In many respects, it was really much more the Iroquois Confederacy than the Swiss cantons that were an inspiration. After all, this was right here on the American continent. Individuals were able to meet and interact with them far more so than they would have ever had the opportunity to interact with government officials from the Swiss Confederacy. And in many respects, the U.S. government model closely resembles at least that spirit, at least that general concept embraced by the Iroquois Confederacy. So they wisely came together, and I believe it's fortunate. I believe it was providential and the product of a lot of divine inspiration and intervention, that in that hot, sweltering summer of 1787 in Philadelphia, having convened ostensibly for the purpose of amending the Articles of Confederation to cover a couple of major deficits in the Articles of Confederation. They were just going to amend it. The concept was, we'll get together, we'll figure out how to deal with the interstate and foreign commerce problem, and with the ability to raise funds, the ability to raise an army and wage war when necessary, and a few things like that. And then they were going to move on. But they didn't do that. And I think that was another part of the pattern of divine providence intervening on behalf of the American people with these wise men raised up by Almighty God unto that very purpose, to bring about the result that they did. Finally, in mid-September of 1787, they signed that document. That document that has now persisted, that has now endured close to 2.5 centuries and has helped foster the development of the greatest civilization the world has ever known. Without each of these ingredients, Mr. President, this combination of local self-rule and national government, each remaining in its lane, this concept that we sometimes refer to as federalism, the American experiment would have failed. So too, and that, by the way, Mr. President, is what I refer to as the vertical structural protection in the Constitution. We have a lot of protections. The whole thing is a protection. The whole Constitution is a protection in that its purpose for existence is itself restraining government power. In literally every instance, with one possible exception, that is what the Constitution does, is it restrains government power. So it restrains it on these two axes, the one I just described, the allocation of power between the states and the federal government is the one we call federalism. The horizontal protection is the one that I alluded to briefly earlier, separation of powers. We've got three separate branches of government. I prefer to refer to them as coordinate rather than co-equal branches. People use different terms to describe them. I never call them just equal because they really are not equal. They don't wield equal power. They are not equal in terms of their danger. Many people mistakenly refer to the judicial branch as the most dangerous branch. I think that is a huge mistake. It's just not true. Now, true, when mistakes happen over there, they do have consequences. They can be bad, especially because it is the least democratic of the three branches. It is the least accountable to the people by design, because its job is not to curry favor with the people. It is rather to decide cases and controversies. And having been appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate, the justices who hold the highest judicial office in this country on the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court of the United States, the only court that is itself established by the Constitution, with the rest of the courts being the creations of Congress pursuant to our constitutional authority under Article 3 of the Constitution. They are the least accountable to the government because they're there to just decide cases and controversies. The executive branch run by the president. And by the way, the president, as far as the Constitution is concerned, the president and, to a degree, the vice president acting together, but primarily the president, is vested with the power of the executive branch. Insofar as we follow the Constitution correctly, if we were following it to its full capacity, we would continue to recognize today, as the Constitution itself does and has from the beginning, that all executive power is vested in the President of the United States. Yes, the Vice President is also elected and serves with him. The Vice President serves two principal functions under our Constitution. Function one is to serve as a spare, as a backup, as the person who steps into the role of the President in the event of a death, resignation, impeachment, and removal of the President of the United States. The second function is to serve as the President of this institution, the United States Senate. But beyond that role, that twofold role that I described of the Vice President, the entirety of the executive power is vested in the President of the United States. This is significant power, to be sure. And yet that power and the power of the courts is still ancillary to, is still less than the power vested in this branch of government where we work, the executive branch of the U.S. government, the Congress of the United States. This branch, our branch, is the most powerful branch and the most dangerous branch. How do we know it's the most powerful? We know it's the most powerful because we make the law. The other two branches perform ancillary functions to the lawmaking. We make the law, we decide what the law should be, what the penalty for not obeying the law should be. We prescribe these rules of action in the abstract, and it's then up to the executive branch, meaning the president and those who serve under the president, to execute, implement, and enforce the law. In other words, to carry out what it is that we decide. If you want to give it a corporate model analogy, it's as though we are the board of directors and the President is the CEO. The other way that we know that it's the most powerful and the most dangerous, beyond the fact that we make the laws that the executive implements and enforces and executes, and that the judicial branch interprets where people disagree as to its meaning. Again, both ancillary functions, executing and interpreting, are both ancillary to lawmaking. The other reason we know that the lawmaking function, and therefore the lawmaking organ, the Congress, and the legislative branch, is the most dangerous and the most powerful, is because they entrusted that power only to the branch of government that they made most accountable to the people at the most regular intervals. Presidents stand for election only every 4 years. By contrast, every member of the U.S. House of Representatives, by constitutional design, stands for election every 2 years, every 24 months. In many respects, this feels like a nanosecond in the legislative timeline. It's very frequent. So every member of the House is up for re-election every 2 years. In the Senate, 1/3 of our members are up for re-election every 2 years. That's why we're never very far from an election cycle that will reorder things, that will send in new personnel, send some back home, bring others back in. This wasn't just because the Founding Fathers decided in the abstract or for optical reasons that this would be fun to try. They did it because they knew that this was the most dangerous power, the most abusable power within the federal government. It shouldn't be entrusted to those who are detached from the people. You need to make them accountable to the people at very regular intervals, and that is precisely what they did. So, when we look at that government today and what it does, it is in many respects far more powerful than the Founding Fathers could have imagined. And that's not just because the United States of America has grown from this outpost of ragtag rebels who rebelled against their mother country to being the world's greatest economic and military and educational superpower, not just in existence today, but perhaps that human history has ever recorded. So they would have been surprised by that, but that's not what I'm really referring to here. They would have been surprised by the extent to which this government, our national government, our federal government, based in this city, has become as powerful as it is within this country, separate and apart from the prominence that this country has acquired through economic growth and military prowess and so forth. In other words, this government performs a lot more functions than the Founding Fathers ever envisioned, ever ordained, or ever authorized it to perform. You know, if you read through the Constitution, you can do it in a few minutes. It's around 5,000 words. It doesn't take that long. Most of the powers of the federal government are those powers enumerated or listed, given to Congress in one part of the Constitution. There are a few others that you can find throughout the document. Most of them can be found in Article 1, Section 8, with 18 separate clauses. And its powers include primarily the power to establish a uniform system of laws governing immigration and naturalization, who can come into the country, who becomes a citizen, and so forth. The power to collect taxes, to raise money, and to spend that money in pursuit of federal purposes as ordained by the Constitution. Those are both deficits in the Articles of Confederation that they filled. The power to regulate trade or commerce between the states with foreign nations and with the Indian tribes. The power to establish a uniform system of weights and measures. The power to set up a system of postal roads. The power to establish a system of what we now call intellectual property laws, trademarks, copyrights, and patents, basically. They used slightly different language then, but the idea was to protect the right of authors and inventors to protect their art, so to speak, whether that was a design or an invention, a poem, a book, whatever it is. these intellectual property rights would be distinctively national and federal. And what, might you ask, do these things have in common? Well, they tend to be the sorts of things that need to be done at the national level. Basically, that seemed to be their standard. Let's figure out what has to be done at the national level lest there be chaos, and let's leave everything else to the states and localities. There are a few others. Bankruptcy laws come to mind, and of course the power to provide for our national defense, to assemble an army and a navy, the power to declare war. Then there's perhaps my favorite power of Congress that often goes unutilized and inert, almost rendered vestigial, but shouldn't be, the power to grant letters of marque and reprisal. I'm referring there, of course, to letters of marque, spelled M-A-R-Q-U-E. This is basically a hall pass issued by Congress in the name of the United States that allows the person holding it to engage in state-sponsored acts of piracy on the high seas with utter impunity, backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. If that's not awesome, I don't know what is. Now, it's been a couple hundred years since we've used those with any regularity. Perhaps it's time we do it again. It's a way of involving privateers in our dirty work, in our military work, without the United States government itself having to put American sweat, blood, and treasure on the line. If individuals want to sign up to do so, they may do so with the hope and expectation that they will reap a liberal, rich reward if they succeed in taking things away from our enemies and being able to bring those things back into our country. It's part of how we won wars, particularly at a time when we didn't have a whole lot of money. We haven't used those in a long time. Perhaps we had to look at doing those again. But my point in reciting all of these, there are a few others, but this is the lion's share, where the bulk of the power is. There's one other I'll mention here that's not found in Article 1, Section 8. There's one that's found in Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, that gives Congress the power to establish rules and regulations not governing elections generally, but governing the election of federal officials, principally U.S. senators and U.S. representatives. They understood and, in fact, openly provided in Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1, that those elections would be conducted not by a federal election official. We don't want that. Founding fathers didn't want that then. We don't want that now. We should never in the future want that. The states will conduct those elections, and that the states could come up with basic rules to govern the time, place, and manner of those elections. And in the very same clause, they said, but Congress may alter or add to those basic rules and regulations specifically concerning, exclusively concerning the election of U.S. representatives and U.S. senators. Why? Well, because that is a federal power. Congress is the federal policy-making body, and Congress would necessarily have that power. But my point is this. In all those 18 clauses of Article 1, Section 8, and then in all the other miscellaneous powers of the federal government, almost always described in the Constitution as powers of Congress, because, again, it's our job to set the policy. The two other branches perform ancillary, important but ancillary functions of either executing and implementing the laws we make or interpreting the laws we make. The Constitution, in giving this power, never once gave the federal government power to just legislate generally. They instead gave the United States government the power to do these limited things, to exercise these limited enumerated powers that James Madison described collectively in Federalist Number 45 as few and defined, while by contrast referring to those powers reserved to the states as numerous and indefinite. There is no power in there that says you can make good law generally, do good things for good people. That was not what it was about. State legislatures, except as constrained by their state constitutions or as prohibited by the U.S. Constitution, may have some limitations, but except as those limitations are found, either in their state constitution or in the U.S. Constitution, state governments are free in our system to legislate on whatever they want, just because it might be good policy. But not all good policy is constitutional within the federal system, because there are a whole lot of things that are not within our power. Among those things are things that tend to happen in one state at one time, that aren't crossing across state lines, that don't trigger any of the issues that I mentioned a few minutes ago: national defense, weights and measures, bankruptcy laws, intellectual property laws, and so forth. Things like labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, and welfare, historically, except as they touch one of the federal powers, were the province of states and localities. This was always how it was supposed to be. Now, we've deviated from that substantially, particularly since the 1930s and the New Deal era, and particularly since one date that often goes overlooked in American history, April 12, 1937. It's a date when the Constitution was changed, but not by constitutional amendment. Had the change in the Constitution that was wrought that day been implemented, been adopted as a constitutional amendment, it would have been one of the most significant constitutional amendments ever adopted. But they didn't do it that way. It was done by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, I believe, exceeded its authority, and by so doing, authorized the United States Congress to exceed its authority by interpreting one provision, Clause 3 of Article 1, Section 8, the Commerce Clause, to give Congress the open-ended power to regulate not just what it had theretofore been able to regulate as interstate commerce, meaning up until that time, the Commerce Clause had always been understood, historically and according to its text, the original understanding, it had always been understood and accepted as authorizing Congress to do a few things. Number one, we could regulate things or persons moving in interstate commerce, meaning moving across state lines, meaning if you had interstate commercial transactions. Let's say if you had a farmer in Virginia growing tobacco, and he was selling his raw tobacco to a cigar manufacturer in Maryland. That was an interstate commercial transaction. That's part of why the Commerce Clause was put in there, because neither the laws of Virginia nor the laws of Maryland would be competent to address all the issues that could come up in that commercial transaction occurring across two different states. You had to have at least some government power that was capable of resolving disputes where one state claimed all of the authority to regulate that transaction and the other state did likewise. Just one of many examples of how and why the Commerce Clause was designed and originally understood, among other things, to authorize Congress to regulate interstate commercial transactions, things and persons moving in commerce across state lines. It was also understood historically as authorizing Congress to regulate channels and instrumentalities of interstate commerce, the conduits and processes and means by which persons and things typically move interstate in a stream of commerce. And by this we mean interstate roadways, waterways, canals. Today we would add airways, airwaves, and so forth. These are channels and instrumentalities of interstate commerce. There are a lot of these. To give you an example of one, our telephone system or the internet. These are networks of wires that themselves are all connected. And those wires stretch across states, across every state. If you pick up a telephone here and you make a phone call in Washington, D.C., or if you're in Utah and you pick up a telephone in Provo, Utah, my hometown, and you call someone else in Provo, Utah, it hasn't crossed interstate lines, that is still subject to federal regulation because you have touched a channel or an instrumentality of interstate commerce. By the same token, if you board an aircraft in Salt Lake City, Utah, and you fly to southern Utah, land in St. George, Utah, that is an interstate flight. You have not crossed state lines, and yet that is properly regulated as a federal thing because you are traveling in interstate airways. These are channels and instrumentalities of interstate commerce. So what changed on April 12, 1937 was that the Supreme Court of the United States interpreted the Commerce Clause as giving Congress the power to regulate not only channels and instrumentalities and interstate commercial transactions, but also anything and everything that when measured in the aggregate, even if it takes place in one state at one time, as long as it substantially affected interstate commerce when measured in the aggregate, one could regulate it federally. Now, does that sound like legalese? Yes, because it is. Does it sound confusing? Yes, and it's probably intended to be so. But let me just put this in perspective. This radically transformed our government, the U.S. government, that was originally established and ordained as a government of powers that James Madison described in Federalist 45 as few and defined, while describing the powers reserved to the states as numerous and indefinite. It almost flipped the equation. Because of the Supremacy Clause, where we do act, where we have the authority to act, our law governs, our law trumps the inconsistent state law that might conflict with it. And so, yes, that matters. And that mattered immensely, because all of a sudden we went from being a federal government with few and defined powers to a government with numerous and indefinite powers, because almost everything, almost every aspect of human existence, in one way or another, can sort of be characterized as something that, when measured in the aggregate, substantially affects interstate commerce. Let me give you an example of this, carried to its logical conclusion, where it went. So NLRB versus Jones and Laughlin Steel was the decision the Supreme Court made on April 12, 1937. And it did so in the context of labor regulations. They said, yeah, labor, even when we're talking, as we usually are, about somebody who is working in a job in one state at one time, not across interstate lines, not in a channel or instrumentality of interstate commerce, not in the District of Columbia, an Indian reservation, or some other federal enclave, but just garden variety labor in a particular state. Because other people work in other states, and people sometimes move from one state to another, and money is frequently transacted from one state to another. That means Congress can regulate labor, or that's what they concluded at the time. Within 5 years, this culminated into a really illustrative flashpoint. In a case called Wickard versus Filburn, the Supreme Court of the United States reviewed a case involving the plight of a wheat farmer named Roscoe Filburn. He was a wheat farmer in Ohio, and he got in trouble with the U.S. government. He was fined many thousands of dollars. I don't remember what the exact sum was, but as I recall, it was the present-day equivalent of what would have been many tens or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of dollars for a grave offense against the United States. What, you might ask, was his grave offense? Did he kill somebody? Did he rob a bank? Did he remove too many mattress tags that you're not supposed to remove? No, they didn't have those then. No, this was his offense, Mr. President. He grew too much wheat. He grew more wheat than Congress, in its infinite wisdom, thought was appropriate. Technically speaking, it wasn't Congress's judgment, and this is part of the problem. Congress in 1937, perhaps egged on by NLRB versus Jones and Laughlin Steel, Congress passed the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1937. In the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1937, Congress decided to ordain and establish the U.S. Department of Agriculture as the omniscient, omnipresent arbiter of who may grow what crops and in what quantity, because after all, we can't have people growing whatever crops they want in whatever quantities, or that'd be chaos. Dogs and cats living together in the streets, Book of Revelation style chaos. We could not have that. We've got to have Congress controlling prices. So we delegated out to the Secretary of Agriculture the power to make his own set of laws, thus violating at once both the vertical protection of federalism, because all of a sudden we had cannibalized a lot of the state power and made it federal. We had taken it over from them. And then we simultaneously disrupted the horizontal protection of separation of powers, because we're supposed to make the laws, and we kind of still do, but ever since 1937, we've also kind of just been delegating it out to other people. And that's what Congress did with the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1937. So they said, Secretary of Agriculture, you may, in fact, you must, establish production quotas for a whole host of agricultural products. Why? Well, because we can't have farmers deciding how much wheat or hay or rice or beef to raise. That would be chaos, because then we won't be able to control prices. And if Congress can't control prices, it'll be chaos. Dogs and cats living together in the streets, Book of Revelation style apocalyptic nightmares. That was their warning. So they handed that power over to the Secretary of Agriculture. And what did he do? Well, he sent out to every farmer, we'll start at least with every grain farmer in America, these little cards. I have one of them framed. My son John gave it to me for Christmas a couple of years ago. It's a little card just like the one that Roscoe Filburn, the wheat farmer, would have received, telling him how much wheat, how many bushels of wheat he could grow based on the number of acres he farmed to grow wheat. And they said, you may not exceed X number of bushels. So we had just exercised a power that was always historically considered a state and local power. If they exercised that power at all in government, it would have been a state power, because a wheat farmer typically grows wheat, at least in those days they would have, and most farmers still today. They were typically operating in one state at one time. They're not growing wheat while on a conveyor belt or a bus that moves interstate or something, and so it would have been subject to state and local power. But no, we made it federal. Once it was federal, then we messed up the vertical protection of federalism. We then outsourced the lawmaking to the executive branch, not to the president directly, but at the Secretary of Agriculture, and we said, okay, you can now make a bunch of other laws. And those laws will decide how much wheat per acre a wheat farmer may grow, and then the same thing for a whole host of other agricultural products. Back to Roscoe Filburn. He got in trouble. He got fined a ton of money, many thousands of dollars, which was a lot more than it is now. But you know, this farmer, Roscoe Filburn, he was no simple-minded human. And Roscoe Filburn had what every American should have. He had a darn good lawyer. So when he got to the Supreme Court of the United States, he said, you know what? I shouldn't be in trouble at all for this. Because yes, it's true, I grew more wheat than Secretary Wickard, the Secretary of Agriculture at the time, told me I could grow. I did it. But I shouldn't get in trouble for that, because the amount of wheat that I grew in excess of my federal grain production quota, my limit, never entered interstate commerce. And that, after all, was the hook, the federal hook that allowed the U.S. government authority over Roscoe Filburn's wheat and the wheat grown by every other farmer in America. And so we said that the amount of wheat that I grew in excess of my quota never entered interstate commerce. Why? Because it never entered commerce at all, because it never even left my farm. I took that wheat, the wheat I grew on top of my grain production quota, and I kept it on my farm to use as food for my family and for my animals, and to reserve the balance to use as seed in subsequent growing seasons. It's a darn good argument. It should have been the end of the matter. It wasn't. The Supreme Court wasn't finished with its verbal, legal, and mental gymnastics. They said, but by not complying strictly with your grain production quota, and with growing even a small amount of wheat in excess of your grain production limit, as granted to you by the Secretary of Agriculture, that means that you bought less wheat than you would have had to buy on the open market. Because had you not retained that for use on your own farm, you would have had to have bought it somewhere else. And that, in turn, when replicated by other Roscoe Filburns all over the country, would itself have, in the aggregate, a substantial effect on interstate commerce. It is really quite disgusting if you think about it. We went from a government of few and defined powers to a government of powers that can be described as numerous and indefinite, all without altering or amending the Constitution, which was made deliberately difficult. To amend the Constitution, because it's our law of laws, it's not supposed to be something you can just change like changing a pair of socks. You've got to amend the Constitution, and amending the Constitution was made deliberately difficult. There are two mechanisms by which you do it. We've only ever used one, and that's the mechanism by which 2/3 of both chambers of Congress propose a constitutional amendment, and that amendment becomes effective only after it's been ratified by 3/4 of the states. We didn't use that. And had they tried to amend the Constitution like that, it would never have succeeded. It would have failed miserably because they would have known. It's kind of a problem, because ever since then, we've just accepted this premise that the U.S. government is really powerful, that it can exercise pretty much whatever power it wants, because it's only a mental step or two removed from saying, well, this or that affects interstate commerce. Then once we had all this power vested in this government, it became far too easy and far too tempting, far too alluring for federal lawmakers, U.S. senators and U.S. representatives, to cease to be the lawmakers and instead to make other lawmakers, to delegate the lawmaking power, to pass laws that read sort of like this. We hereby declare as a Congress of the United States that we shall have fair labor standards in the United States, and we hereby delegate to the National Labor Relations Board the power to make and interpret and enforce their own rules carrying the force of generally applicable federal law to make sure that we have fair labor standards. We hereby declare that we shall have fair trade practices in the United States, and we hereby give the FTC the power to make its own laws that govern what fair trade practices are, and they can make the law now. You do this with agency after agency after agency. And so now the people who were once closely connected, or at least only one step removed from those who made even their federal laws, now they're several steps removed from it. And you've got people making their laws who are neither elected by the people nor accountable to them. Now, lest you think this is a de minimis problem, let me give you this example. I've got two visual aids in my office that I'd be happy to show you. In addition to the Agricultural Adjustment Act grain production quota, just like the one Roscoe Filburn had. Keep these two stacks of documents. One is a short stack. It's about that tall. It's usually a few thousand pages long. It consists of the laws passed by Congress last year. Some would say that's too big, too many pages, maybe they're right, regardless. It's about that big. The other stack is 13 feet tall. In a typical year, it's about 100,000 pages long, stacked with each of these documents stacked on top of each other, 13 feet tall, 100,000 pages long. That consists of the Federal Register. The Federal Register is the annual cumulative index of federal regulations. As they are first announced, released for notice and comment, creating the illusion of a democratic process. It is just the illusion. The notice and comment process in what's known as modern administrative law in the United States is a fraud. It's a farce, at least as far as any kind of democratic input goes. They do whatever they want. They don't really care that much. I mean, they try to go through the notice and comment period, receive the comments, and make some nominal changes, perhaps if they see something they hadn't thought of before. But for the most part, they're going to do whatever they want. Is they don't care, is they don't work for the American people. They can't be fired by the American people. They don't ever stand for election. Most of them don't even work for anyone who him or herself can be fired. It's almost government on autopilot, which is a type of government that can't be removed, which is not just something that has the potential for tyranny, it is the literal definition of tyranny. In fact, some of the leading political philosophers, some of the political philosophers that had the greatest imprint on the thinking of our founding fathers, noted that the consolidation of the power to make law with the power to enforce law, if that power is wielded whenever, if ever, it's wielded by the same people, it's not just the case that that can lead to tyranny. It is tyranny. It's what tyranny is. So that's a problem. These are all areas in which we have strayed in one way or another, and explains how it is that we started from this simple system. It was established from the beginning on popular sovereignty. And started also from the premise that we wanted local self-rule, local government to be the norm, except where necessary to wield federal power. And where federal power was appropriate, it should be distributed between these three branches of government, one making the laws, one executing and enforcing them, and one interpreting them. We went from that system to a system in which consolidation of power has become the norm, rather than distribution of power, which was the entire objective of the Constitution. Why then am I speaking of this today? Over the 2.5 centuries of our country's existence, and the soon-to-be 240 years of our operation as a constitutional republic under the U.S. Constitution of 1787, we have seen these structural protections granted to the American people as part of their freedom, as part of what it means to have popular sovereignty. We have seen them whittled. We have seen them diminished, oftentimes in small increments, other times in giant leaps. But these offenses to the structural Constitution shouldn't be overlooked. They can't be overlooked. And when they are overlooked, it causes other problems. And it also makes that much more severe what can happen whenever any other constitutional insult or injury or offense or deviation comes into existence. Let's take, for example, let's suppose that even though most presidents operating the executive branch of government would pledge while running to faithfully execute the laws of the United States as our chief executive officer. In fact, that's kind of part of the job and kind of part of the oath of office that they take. Insofar as they stray from that, and they either exercise power that is not theirs, or they refuse to execute power that they are charged with enforcing, that creates its own set of problems. One of many points in our history that I can point to where that became a problem during the years January 20th, 2021 to January 20th, 2025. The President of the United States decided that the borders of the United States and the laws designed to protect the borders of the United States and the laws designed to decide who may enter this country and who may not were sort of optional. And that after all, it really just needed to be much more about letting people who wanted to be here enter our borders and live among us, in many respects as one of us. And during that 4-year period alone, Mr. President, as stunning as it may seem, 10 to 15 million people entered our country unlawfully, with the President of the United States and those serving under him basically, not just basically, but genuinely beckoning them on, saying, come on in. May we get you a cold beverage? Is there anything we can do to make you more comfortable? 10 to 15 million, Mr. President. Now, this is problematic on so many levels. Congress, over many decades, has enacted laws deciding who may enter and who may not. Congress has, over many decades, decided the terms and conditions by which that may happen. Who may enter and for what period of time, who may work and in what capacity, subject to what restrictions. These were all just overlooked for the most part. As that president, the one serving from 2021 to 2025, just said, let's just bring them all in. Now, yeah, he paid lip service to a couple of laws that appeared to grant fairly broad authority to allow people in for humanitarian purposes, but he didn't follow those. He did not follow the restrictions that those laws put in place. He just said, come on in, realizing that, it was going to be very difficult to stop him from allowing that to happen, and it was. 10 to 15 million people entered the United States unlawfully during that time period. That by itself is a type of insult, a type of injury to the constitutional structure, in that if you've got a president who refuses to enforce the law and in fact facilitates the violation of our law, that is itself a type of injury to the Constitution. And it's a type of injury that is often difficult in many respects for the courts to enforce. In some cases, the courts have the chance to do so, and they don't enforce it. But there are a number of constitutional injuries that are very, very difficult for the courts to enforce. And the problem continued. This by itself was an injury, but the injury compounded as you might imagine people who were fleeing countries in numbers that large, that many millions of people all at once. Some of them are running from something. They were all running from something. And some of those people who were running from something had no doubt led a life of criminal activity in their home countries. And nearly every one of those people, Mr. President, and nearly every one of the 10 to 15 million people, maybe more, paid an exorbitant sum. At the low end, we're talking $3,000, $4,000 a head. At the high end, for the higher risk ones, the people who had to travel from farther distances, or who had bounties on their heads, or warrants out for their arrest on Interpol or whatever, those people were paying many tens of thousands of dollars a head. To whom? Well, not to the United States government, to international drug cartels, which ended up making tens of billions of dollars a year, year after year, during that 4-year reign of terror in which Joe Biden refused to enforce our border. Meanwhile, if we back up a few years, back up 30 years or so, when Congress passed another law, a law that I'm going to reconnect with what happened between 2021 and 2025 in just a moment. In 1993, Congress enacted a law called the NVRA, the National Voter Registration Act, also known as the Motor Voter Law. And it was designed for a purpose that was meant to just make it easier for American citizens to vote. And it said this, for any state that agrees to participate in this, that get an amount of federal funding to cooperate in the federal program, nearly every state agreed to participate in it and participates in it to this day. But the program works like this. Under the NVRA, an American citizen in any participating state, which is nearly all of them, can go into a DMV, a Department of Motor Vehicles or whatever you call it in your state, and apply for a driver's license. And when they apply for a driver's license, they are free to check a box saying, I would like, while applying for my driver's license, simultaneously to register to vote. Kind of a good idea in some ways, I suppose, because when you go to a DMV and you're applying for a driver's license, you typically have to establish who you are. You're going to take your picture. This is going to become an official document, sort of like when you register to vote. So why not do both of them at once? Made a lot of sense, I suppose. But the way it works out is all you have to do is check the box saying, I want to register to vote as I'm applying for a driver's license. And then here comes the kicker. All you have to do is sign your name at the bottom saying, I certify that I am a citizen and am otherwise allowed to vote. Meaning, I haven't lost my right to vote by virtue of a criminal conviction or something like that, or for renouncing my citizenship or whatever else could end up doing that. There isn't much else that could have that effect. But that's all it requires. There's no proof, there are no details, nothing. Well, back in 1993, even though it wasn't that long ago, the world was a little bit different a place. We didn't have 30 million plus non-citizens residing in this country then. We do now. And it wasn't commonplace in those days for the non-citizens who were here to need to have, and in fact to have, a driver's license. So many of them didn't apply for them. Many states didn't offer them if you weren't a citizen. That's changed too since 1993. Nearly every state today will give you a driver's license, no problem, if you're not a citizen. And in 19 states plus the District of Columbia, you may freely apply for and receive a driver's license even if you are, by your own admission, an illegal alien. Even if you're a known illegal alien, you may do so. So, what's to stop them from going in to apply for a driver's license and checking the box saying, I want to register to vote too? Especially when all they have to do is sign their name at the bottom. No further questions asked. That's it. Seems risky, right? Seems dangerous. Well, a couple decades go by. Some states start to wrestle with this. Some states start to consider, well, maybe we ought to ask a few questions. Maybe we ought to ask for some type of documentation as to their citizenship. That issue was raised by the state of Arizona, and in 2013, 2 decades after the NVRA was passed, the Supreme Court of the United States decided a case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. And in that case, the Supreme Court said, we've looked at the NVRA, and we conclude that the NVRA prohibits Arizona or any other state when registering voters using an NVRA form at a DMV. We conclude that the NVRA prohibits those states from requesting any proof of citizenship or asking further questions with regard to citizenship, because this is a federal matter, and any discretion about the requirements of the NVRA have been preempted by federal law, such that the states have no authority to act in that area. So since 2013, no state is even allowed to inquire into somebody's citizenship when they do this. It didn't get that much attention at a time. And in fact, this is a case that until fairly recently, I introduced this bill in the Senate. My partner on this bill in the House of Representatives is Congressman Chip Roy from Texas. He and I started piecing this puzzle together about 2.5 or 3 years ago. When we put it all together, we realized this really is a problem, and it had become an especially acute problem during the Biden presidency when 10 to 15 million illegal aliens came into this country. And we realized the extent to which this could be abused. Perhaps already is being abused, but our greater concern has from the beginning been based on what could occur in the future as people realize the extent to which voting in U.S. elections is really easy if you're not a citizen. And that's why that's why we introduced what was originally called the SAVE Act, which is a fairly simple approach. The SAVE Act simply said that when you apply to register to vote using an NVRA form or otherwise register to vote, you've got to prove you're a citizen if you want to vote in federal elections. Now, the states are free to do whatever they want with regard to their elections. State and local elections are the province of state and local governments, and they themselves may decide, consistent with the terms of their own state constitutions, who may vote in what election. Till a few years ago, I would have considered it an absurd suggestion. If anyone even hinted at the possibility that some states might legalize non-citizen voting. Well, some states have, at least for purposes of some local elections. There are 3 or 4 states plus D.C. that, at least in some local elections, openly allow non-citizen voters. Now, that means, Mr. President, that they are registering non-citizens to vote in those elections. As federal authorities have inquired into how it is they go about separating out those voter registration files and making sure that those non-citizen voters registered to vote in those states are precluded from voting in federal elections, they go mute. They refuse to answer. They won't say anything. That's chilling, Mr. President. They're registering non-citizens to vote. We ask them, how do you keep them from voting in federal elections? And they won't answer. That's not the worst of it, Mr. President. About half of the states, particularly those with Democrat legislatures and Democrat governors, refuse to answer any questions about whether, to what extent, in what way they're taking any steps to review their voter registration files to make sure that known non-citizens are not found among them. They refuse to answer. They refuse to share data. We have established within the Department of Homeland Security a database. It's known as the SAVE database, hence the term SAVE Act, and I'll get a minute to the name change that happened more recently to the SAVE Act. There's this database called the SAVE database that was established and designed for this very purpose to help states to review their voter registration files, take their voter registration data. It's one of the great miracles of modern technology. We've got this huge country, some 350 million people or so living here, most of whom are citizens, but we've got more non-citizens living here than ever before. But through the miracle of modern technology, it's relatively easy to take these huge files, these huge databases of voter registrations in the 50 states and the District of Columbia and run them through the SAVE database. And it will fairly quickly kick out a report showing these individuals appear not to be citizens of the United States. To their credit, a lot of states have taken advantage of this. Interestingly enough, it's basically nearly all states with Republican legislatures and governors have done that, or at least have started the process of doing that. And in the process, they have discovered many thousands of non-citizens who have, in fact, registered to vote. Many thousands. That's just in the states that have decided to clean up their files and decided to run them through the SAVE database. Those are the conscientious ones. What about the non-conscientious ones, or the ones that are conscientiously, if they might want to call it that, refusing to comply, refusing to even figure out whether they're violating the law? Remember, it is a federal offense. It is a federal felony offense to vote in a U.S. federal election. It is likewise a federal felony offense to knowingly facilitate and arrange for someone who is not a citizen, knowing that they are not a citizen, to vote in U.S. federal elections. And yet these states are just refusing to comply. It's like, don't ask, don't tell. Do not tell me where the non-citizens who are voting in our state might be found, because we don't want to remove them. Mr. President, what other legitimate reason could there be to turn a blind eye to this, knowing all that we know about 30 million non-citizens living in the United States, 10 to 15 million of whom just arrived in the last few years alone? How easy it is in almost every state to walk into any DMV and, by signing your name and checking a box, registering to vote, including in federal elections. With 4 of those states and the District of Columbia openly allowing non-citizens to vote in some local elections, and then refusing to tell us what, if anything, they're doing to prevent those non-citizens from voting in federal elections. That, Mr. President, is why we introduced the SAVE Act. And then in the last couple of months, at the request of President Trump and of Majority Leader Thune, We changed the SAVE Act to the Save America Act. We added the name change. It's descriptive. It's what we do. We save America by passing this. And we also added a voter ID provision. This was kind of part of the plan from the beginning. We originally wanted to introduce it with a voter ID provision. But we were advised at the time, keep it simple, so that we have a simple message about citizenship. But as time has moved on, we've realized that there's actually great symmetry. And we've come up with this mantra that the Save America Act is about making it easy to vote and hard to cheat. It's equally important to accomplish both of those objectives. Without both of them, you mess things up. If you leave off either of them, you're in trouble. So if you make it easy to vote, but also easy to cheat, you're going to have problems. It's going to be chaos. If you make it hard to vote and hard to cheat, that's going to cause its own set of problems. You don't want to make it hard to vote. You want it to be easy, because exercising that constitutionally protected right that is the fundamental incident, the fundamental blessing, the core element of what it means to be a U.S. citizen should not be difficult to exercise. And so we wrote a bill that, when passed into law, will make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. If you cheat either one of those, if you give short shrift to either objective, you will have a problem. Now, how do we do that? Well, we achieve it through two principal means. The Save America Act requires voter ID at the time of voting. Government-issued photo ID showing that you are who you claim to be and that you're the same person listed on your voter registration file. It's very simple. A whole lot of our states, including, I believe, 22 states represented by at least one, if not two, Democratic senators, have photo ID laws. So if a whole bunch of Democratic senators come from states that have voter ID laws, you don't hear them complaining about their voter ID laws. If they don't complain about their own state's voter ID laws, why should they be concerned about ours? Why should their state and local elections be any different than ours when we have the clearest and the strictest penalty against non-citizen voting? Well, they shouldn't. There isn't a legitimate defense against this. There isn't a legitimate reason to not have a voter ID law in place on the federal government, just as so many of the states have. The second element involves citizenship verification. We achieve this citizenship verification in two different ways. One, at the citizen responsibility end. When a voter shows up to register to vote, he or she must provide some type of proof of citizenship. Now, ideally, we'd like that to be the same type of proof of citizenship that is used in other areas of the federal government. Most notably, most commonly, the type of proof of U.S. citizenship that every American citizen has for decades, and still to this day has to provide when starting a new job, whenever you begin a new job as a new employee. In fact, everyone in this room, everyone in this building, everyone in the entire Capitol complex, essentially every employee in the United States of America has had to provide this documentation whenever he or she starts a new job as an employee. You have to fill out a form called the I-9, where in addition to stating your name and date of birth and basic information like that, you're also required to provide documentation of your U.S. citizenship. And that is to make sure that those working in the United States, those employed in the United States, are either citizens, or if they're not citizens, that they are here on a visa that allows them to work. Not all visas allow employment, and those visas that allow some employment usually have pretty significant restrictions attached to them, defining the nature and the duration of the work they may carry out here while being paid. That documentation typically consists of a birth certificate and a government-issued photo ID. Sometimes an original copy of the Social Security card can also suffice to buttress to supplement the birth certificate. It's got to be an original copy of the birth certificate, not hard to get, easier today to get than ever before. In most states, I believe in every state today, in fact, you can order one of these online if you can't find yours. And for a few dollars, you can order a copy and have it mailed to you within just a few days. It used to be a little bit harder, you know, the days before the internet. You have to write out a letter, put it in the mail, stamp it, wait for it to come back. Maybe they'd get it, maybe they didn't, but a lot easier today. These documents, Mr. President, are so common that every American has to provide this set of documents every single time they start a new job. I myself have had to do this a number of times. Since becoming an adult, every single job I've started, I've had to fill out an I-9, and I've had to provide that documentation. I had to do that even here when starting as a U.S. Senator. I had to provide that documentation. And that wasn't the only documentation I had to provide. I also had to provide my election certificate that showed that the people of Utah had, in fact, elected me to the United States Senate. Had I not done so, I couldn't have started this job, just as I couldn't have started any previous job without proving who I was and that I was a U.S. citizen and that I was entitled to be here. So it requires you to prove your citizenship. The preferred form is a birth certificate coupled with a government-issued photo ID. But when we wrote the law, when we wrote this bill, we really wanted to make sure that we didn't make it too hard. Because again, we want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. If you cheat either one of those, if you pay too little attention to either one of those elements, you're going to mess up the equation. And so we said, look, there may be some people who have incomplete documentation. Maybe they've got a government-issued photo ID, but no birth certificate. Maybe they have a birth certificate, no government-issued photo ID. Or maybe some people will be missing something else. Maybe they've had a name change. Maybe they've, you know, a woman who's gotten married and has decided to take her husband's last name. Has her birth certificate, the birth certificate doesn't have her husband's last name on it because, you know, obviously her parents would have had no idea what her husband's name would be or who she would marry, so it wouldn't be on there. And if she can't find her marriage certificate or some other proof of the name change, we don't want that to become a problem. And in fact, we don't even want it to become a problem if a voter registering to vote can't find any of his or her documentation. Most of us have those, and we can find them without too much trouble. And if we can't find them, most of us can order a copy and get what we need. But even if you can't find one of the necessary documents, or you can't find any of them, or because your house burned down, or because your dog ate them, or something else, I don't know, we still wanted to make that easy. And so we provided text in there that's now found in the legislation now pending before the Senate. It starts on page 12, line 22 of this legislation, and it says that if you can't find any of the other documents, I mean any of them or all of them, it's okay. You can fill out an affidavit. It's just like filling out a form. You just have to provide a little bit more information, and then you allow the state to confirm or refute that information that can establish the critical elements of your citizenship. So for example, the affidavit would look something like this. If you are a natural-born citizen of the United States, meaning you were a citizen as of the moment of your birth, by virtue of the circumstances surrounding your birth, then you are a natural-born citizen. And if you're a natural-born citizen, then your affidavit would look something like this. I, John Smith, or whatever your name is, was born on such and such a date in this or that city. Here were my parents' names. Maybe you need that, maybe you don't. And I was a citizen as of the moment of my birth. It's about all you would need. If you had the birthplace, the birth date, especially your parents' names, it'd be very easy for the state to document that. And once you fill out that affidavit, under penalty of perjury, it's a sworn statement. Once you fill that out, the burden shifts to the state. And unless the state concludes that you've been lying, and if you lied about it, there will be consequences because you signed it under penalty of perjury, then you're good. No further responsibility added. No cost. If you're lying, then yeah, there will be problems, but I don't think most people are going to do that. Most people have sense enough by the time they have to sign something under penalty of perjury in the form of an affidavit providing that level of detail. That's going to be less likely. In any event, that's a risk that we take on in this legislation. Why? Well, because we want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We don't want to skimp on either one of those elements. You can also prove your citizenship with one document if you've got it. That document is a U.S. passport. Not everybody has one of those. A lot of Americans do. It's useful to have, especially if you're ever going to engage in any international travel. You're going to need one. But if you don't ever travel internationally, you probably don't want to go to the hassle and expense of getting one. They cost a couple $100. But if you do have one, you can use it. So here we are, very simple legislation, requiring that which we already require in other laws, requiring people to do what they do all the time. Every day in America, a whole lot of people are starting a new job. In fact, Mr. President, I would dare say that of the working age adults in the workforce today, I don't know what the average is, but I would imagine that the average American employee probably changes jobs, changes employers at least every, 5 or 6 years. Maybe it's more than that. This is not an uncommon thing, and every time you do that, you've got to pony up the documentation for the I-9 to prove you're an American citizen, or you can't start the job. So we know people are doing this because we know most people, most adults in this country, at least those who are able to work, do in fact have jobs. So this is no mystery. We also know that, I think it's maybe 160, 170 million people have passports. To get a passport, you got to provide, obviously you can't provide a passport to get a passport unless you've already got one that hasn't yet expired. Then it will serve as proof. If you've never had one or you've had one that expired, you're going to have to come up with the original documentation, birth certificate, government-issued photo ID, Social Security card, whatever. But a lot of people go through this. Not just a lot, but we're talking hundreds of millions of Americans do this all the time. It is not that difficult. And yet you would never guess this based on the hue and cry we hear from our colleagues across the aisle. This law, Mr. President, has taken on a life and a flavor all its own. This law, Mr. President, this proposed law, this bill, is really, really popular. 90 or 95% of all Republican voters support it. Between 70 and 75% of Democratic voters support it. You know how hard it is to find any bill, any set of policies that will garner that much support in every racial and age and geographic demographic imaginable, in every party affiliation demographic? It's really uncommon. And this thing seems to be growing more popular every single day. In fact, it is controversial only in the halls of this building. The United States Capitol, the United States Congress, is the only place where it's controversial. Only Senate and House Democrats don't like it. The American people overwhelmingly do. Sure, you'll find a few people out in the country who do it, but they are vastly outnumbered. So why do the Democrats here oppose it? Well, let me go through some of the arguments that we hear most frequently against it. The first argument that we often hear, it's not necessarily the most common, but it's one that almost always comes up, and so I'll list it first, is stunning to me. Because the argument goes like this: we can't do this because states are in charge of elections, not the federal government. This is a violation of the vertical protection of federalism for the U.S. government to impose this mandate on the states, which are constitutionally responsible, exclusively responsible for conducting elections. This is a lie. This is just a bold-faced lie. It is incompatible with any reading of Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. It is, moreover, Mr. President, the height of hypocrisy for people who continue to support a whole litany of laws already enacted by this Congress pursuant to the very same provision, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. Under the very same provision. And yet they don't oppose those. In fact, the only reason, Mr. President, that this law even became necessary, what first got us thinking about it, has to do with this expansive, absurdly incorrect interpretation of the NVRA made by the Supreme Court back in 2013. I say it was absurdly incorrect, and it remains that today. But it nonetheless remains conclusive. Over the dissent of my former boss, Justice Alito, who wrote a masterful dissent explaining why that interpretation was wrong, the majority of the court persisted with what was an unconscionably bad ruling, not supported by the text. But what irritates me, what astounds me, what leaves me almost speechless, is that not one of our Democratic colleagues, nearly all of whom are raising this trumped-up, baseless federalism argument against the Save America Act, not one of them has ever breathed a word about the NVRA. Not one of them has ever even hinted at the possibility that we might need to repeal the NVRA. They're not saying that. I'm not arguing that. But taken to its logical conclusion, their own argument leads inexorably to the conclusion that the NVRA itself is unconstitutional, which it is not. But that's where it goes. And that's where the hypocrisy starts and does not end. Shame on them, Mr. President, to make a federalism argument here when the plain text of the Constitution says that this is a federal responsibility, when our existing law that they do not oppose, that they wholeheartedly support, that some of them were even here and voted for and supported and aggressively advocated to pass. They say nothing about that, and yet it's the same law. If this is unconstitutional, that one was way more unconstitutional. Neither one of them is. They know it, and they persist in making these arguments. Argument number two. This argument was made just a little while ago by my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Vermont, the last speaker in this chamber before I started speaking this evening. A good friend of mine. I really do like him, but he's wrong on this. He's not just wrong, but somebody's badly deceived him. He's making the argument that this disenfranchises women. He even read a letter from a constituent, a woman in his home state of Vermont, understandably expressing outrage because she believes that she and other women around the state of Vermont, throughout the country, are about to be disenfranchised should this bill become law. She will not. Now, her argument and his argument, building on her argument, raised in her letter, sending alarm bells, should have been something that he, as a United States Senator, would want to correct. After all, we don't want our constituents panicking, especially needlessly, and this one is a needless panic. She wrote to him in a panic, understandably, concerned that she and other women across the state of Vermont and throughout the United States of America would be unable to vote because if, after getting married, they take their husband's name, and their birth certificate doesn't contain their married name, which, unless you happen to marry somebody with the same last name that you were born with, very rarely happens, then all of a sudden you'd be unable to vote? What? This has never been the case. This has never been a problem. It's not a problem when you fill out the I-9 when you start a new job, and yet you use a birth certificate for that. It's not a problem when you apply for a passport. You use a birth certificate for that. And it's not a problem when you register to vote under the Save America Act. And even if we make it very simple and clear, if you've got a marriage certificate, that can suffice for establishing the name change. If you've got a name change that occurred for other reasons, having to do with adoption, or just you wanted to change your name, you can provide the court order approving the name change and recording it. People do change their names Sometimes there are interesting stories about this. Years ago, when I was a young missionary in the lower Rio Grande Valley of the state of Texas, met a family, told the story of a family friend who decided one day that he wanted to change his name to Squirrel. So he went into a local courthouse, appeared before the judge. The judge said, "You want to change your name?" "Yes, sir." "To what do you want to change your name?" And he said, "Squirrel." And the judge said, "Squirrel, squirrel what?" And he said, "Squirrel, period." Meaning, that's it. He just wanted to be Squirrel. Sort of like, I don't know, Cher, or Bono, Sting. Squirrel, period. Well, a court reporter apparently recorded that as an answer, and so his name is now Squirrel, period, with the last name spelled P-E-R-I-O-D. That's what it is. So from now on, unless he's changed his name since then, Squirrel, period, has had to establish his identity as Squirrel, period. I hope he's changed his name since then, because that doesn't seem like a great last name and rather confusing. In any event, Squirrel, period, if he were to newly register to vote under this law, and keep in mind, it's only if Squirrel, period, decided to move or otherwise had to newly register to vote, this law wouldn't require anything new in terms of his voter registration. Meaning if he's already registered to vote, and there's nothing that requires him to re-register, as this law does not, he's not going to have to go in and redo his voter registration. That doesn't change unless or until he moves. Nobody's status quo changes under the citizen provisions of the Save America Act unless or until you move. But assuming Squirrel, period, moved, Squirrel, period, would need to, in the first instance, either provide if he had a U.S. passport, that'd be the easiest way to do it, because you can use one document. So he comes forward with his passport, and if his passport says Squirrel, period, then he can register to vote with that. If he doesn't have one of those, then he'd get his birth certificate. I had no idea what this individual's name was at the time of his birth. Well, let's say his name was John Smith. He would provide the birth certificate that says John Smith, and then a copy of the court recording with the court seal saying that John Smith had changed his name to Squirrel, period. But even if Squirrel, period, couldn't find any of those documents, not his birth certificate, not the court documentation of his name change from John Smith to Squirrel, period, he could still swear out an affidavit establishing those essential elements. I was born as John Smith in Harlingen, Texas, in 1954. My parents were James and Emma Smith, and I changed my name 25 years later in the General District Court of Harlingen, Texas, from John Smith to Squirrel, period. I'm a natural-born citizen, and that would be the end of it. They hand that over to the state election officials, and it's up to the state election officials to do the rest. Even if he doesn't have a single document to his name at that point, he could still register to vote. What, Mr. President, is wrong with that? There's not a darn thing wrong with that. This is just good government. This is protecting and preserving popular sovereignty, a form of popular sovereignty that we will lose if we continue on this course toward not caring about who votes in our elections. And yes, we lose a degree of popular sovereignty also when we allow, when we enable, when we facilitate, when we deliberately turn a blind eye to the risk of non-citizens voting in our elections. This is an act of facilitating foreign interference in our own elections. This is a form of democratic suicidality that I don't think we have ever observed in this country. Why any country would want to attack itself or allow or invite itself to be attacked like this, I do not comprehend. Against such a known risk is difficult to understand. And of course, in addition to these provisions that require the citizen to provide documentation at the time of voter registration, of new voter registration, there are some back-end citizenship verification requirements that don't impose any burden at all on any citizen. But they just require state election officials routinely to go through and review their voter registration files in an effort to weed out those who are not citizens. Now, they may leave them in there for purposes of voting in state or local elections if their state, local laws and state constitution allow that. That's their business. Crazy, in my opinion, but they can do whatever they want on that. But for purposes of ascertaining who may receive a ballot to vote in a federal election, under the provisions of this law, they'd be required to work with the people at the Department of Homeland Security who run this SAVE database, cycle their data through that database periodically to identify those who may have registered to vote and then remove them from eligibility to vote in federal elections. Again, Mr. President, that imposes no obligation, no burden on any U.S. citizen other than the government officials involved in that, whose job it is to enforce and apply the law anyway. This doesn't do anything to undermine anyone's right to vote. All right, so back to the arguments against it. We started with the federalism argument. We refuted that one. We proceeded then to the argument that this would disenfranchise women. Absolutely absurd. There's not a single particle of truth to that. Argument number 3, Jim Crow 2.0, that this would somehow disenfranchise racial minorities, Black Americans. Sometimes they articulate it as rural Americans. This is weird. As if certain demographics within this country, whether racial minorities, rural Americans, or otherwise, can't be expected to have documents. Mr. President, this is just racist. It's not just unsettling, it's not just disturbing, it's not just insensitive. That's racist. Some refer to it as the soft bigotry of low expectations. There's nothing soft about this bigotry, it's just bigoted, and this coming from the party of Jim Crow, the party that pioneered and designed Jim Crow, the party that designed this system of laws throughout the southern United States to systematically, hatefully exclude African Americans from public life and much of private life, to segregate them. This is evil. I can't imagine why a member of the party of Jim Crow would want to resurrect memories of Jim Crow, especially when making accusations of Jim Crow, where accusations of Jim Crow have absolutely no place. There is nothing about this that is that way. So for them to accuse us of supporting Jim Crow policies, were this not the United States Senate where we have the speech and debate clause privilege, those are not only fighting words, those are defamatory. They are false and defamatory words spoken with knowledge of their falsity and reckless disregard as to their truthfulness. Even under the very, very strict standard of New York Times versus Sullivan, that's as against a public figure, that's defamatory language. And yet they do it over and over again. And you know what else, Mr. President? To show you how absurd this is, if that's if that is Jim Crow, do you know what else is? Well, the Oscars, the Grammys, the Emmys, the Super Bowl, and the Democratic National Convention. Because you know what? To get into the Democratic National Convention, to participate as a delegate in the Democratic National Convention, guess what you have to do? You've got to produce photo ID and documentation that you are entitled to be there, that you're eligible to participate and vote in the Democratic National Convention. So if the Save America Act is Jim Crow, then so is the Democratic Party. But of course, the Democratic Party is not Jim Crow. Yes, they were into that thing many decades ago. Fortunately, that ended many decades ago. But neither is the Save America Act. On that note, Mr. President, when we talk about how that ended many decades ago, how did it end? This awful regime for centuries before then, when slavery was a thing, African Americans lived in violent oppression, in a truly evil system that deprived them of the dignity of being human beings in every way imaginable. After the Civil War and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were adopted, Reconstruction began. We were supposed to emerge from that. We were making progress toward racial equality in this country. Until gains made by the Democratic Party in national elections in the 1870s halted Reconstruction. And in many ways, that oppression, the same oppression that had kept African Americans in bondage for so long, took on a different form. Now that slavery was abolished, of course, with the 13th Amendment. The Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment accorded them the rights of full citizenship, no differently than anyone else, and established this principle that the government may not treat you differently based on your race. And the 15th Amendment ensured that those formerly in the bondage of slavery would have the right to vote. And yet, as Reconstruction was halted, a different form of oppression took over and lasted for far too long, for many decades. In fact, that kind of the beginning of the end of Jim Crow, in many respects, started with the Supreme Court's ruling in Brown versus Board of Education, but there were still vestiges of Jim Crow alive and well after that. In many respects, what sounded the death knell, not immediately, but really started nailing down the end of Jim Crow, was the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That law is instructive here. When that law was still a bill, a proposal, it was passed by the House of Representatives in March of 1964. At the time it was passed by the House, it had a national approval rating of about 51%. It came over here to the Senate. Many people considered it doomed to failure over here because in the Senate, the supporters of the Civil Rights Act didn't have nearly enough votes to achieve cloture in the Senate. And cloture is, of course, the mechanism currently codified in Rule 22 of the Senate rules that allows the Senate to bring debate to a close. There were 32 votes shy of the supermajority required for cloture. To his great credit, the Senate Majority Leader at the time, Senator Mike Mansfield, a Democrat, decided that he was not going to give up, even though he was 32 votes short of cloture, which meant effectively that it couldn't pass, or at least that was conventional wisdom. And he said, you know, we're going to see about that. We're going to debate it, and we're going to require those who oppose this law to come down here day after day, week after week, for as long as it takes, to state their opposition to it. And we'll require them to hold the floor, and to continue to state their opposition and see what happens to the popularity of that bill as they do that. Well, they did that day after day, and this continued for weeks, for a total of 60 days, excluding Sundays. I think this continued for about 70 calendar days, but they were in session for 60 days. Eventually, that started to sharpen the senses of the U.S. senators who were opposing the legislation. They got tired of standing here day after day to defend the indefensible, to defend an oppressive system of Jim Crow laws. And they got especially tired as they realized that that law was getting even more popular even as they were trying to defeat it. Their position became indefensible, but it took weeks of debating it, literally many, many weeks, like 10 weeks of debate, before they got to the point where they decided they'd had enough. They were losing. Their arguments were unpersuasive. And in the end, those arguments became impossible for them to overcome. So as a result of that fact, having their minds sharpened by physical exhaustion and by the sort of political exhaustion that comes from having to defend an indefensible position, they started negotiating amendments, perhaps initially to save face with the American people, and eventually in an effort to try to resolve whatever lingering substantive concerns they had. And they were able to do that, and they negotiated amendments, and they adopted amendments. And those amendments eventually were sufficient for them to be able to overcome a 32-vote cloture deficit. And the law passed. And with that came the end of the oppressive Jim Crow era. I believe, Mr. President, that the time has come again when we need that kind of filibuster. People who are aware of the filibuster, what it means, have started to conflate it. They view it as sort of the other side of the same coin as cloture. They're kind of the same thing, but not really. They're kind of the other side of the same coin, but not really. You see, cloture is a procedural mechanism, one procedural mechanism that can be used to force debate to a close. You have to have a supermajority of senators in order to stop all senators from continuing to speak. But this isn't necessarily a static thing. The fact that in March of 1964, there was not a sufficient supermajority to force debate to a close with a cloture vote. In fact, there were 32 votes shy of that. But these guys had the courage to continue debating week after week after week. Meaning those who wanted to pass the law, those who were probably being told by some of their colleagues, you're wasting everyone's time. This can't pass. We're 32 votes shy of cloture. But thank heavens, Mr. President, that we brought Jim Crow to an end. That hateful, oppressive, evil system of laws was brought to an end because Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, a Democrat, was willing to make senators defend their indefensible positions until they could no longer defend them, or alternatively, until they decided it was time to start to agree, to start to negotiate changes, and to make changes, to make the bill acceptable, and they finally did that, and they got it passed into law. And you know what? Jim Crow is dead, and it's dead in large part because of Mike Mansfield's courage in forcing members to debate. Thank heavens he didn't give up and throw up his hands and say, oh, everybody's telling me we can't do this. Thank heavens he didn't give up and say, our members are tired and they want to go home, or they want to go to Paris, or whatever it is that they want to do when the Senate's in recess. Thank heavens that they were willing to stand with something, knowing that it was the right thing to do, knowing that the American people wanted them to do it, until it could get done, and it worked. We're all the beneficiaries of it. Who knows how long that tyranny would have ended? Who knows how long that hateful regime of Jim Crow would have lasted had Mike Mansfield not had the courage to do that? Yes, I'm a Republican and he was a Democrat, and my hat goes out to him. Thank heaven above for Mike Mansfield. I will not pretend for a moment that the similarities between the Save America Act and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 are any greater than they are, but I'm also not going to ignore the procedural parallels to them, or the procedural dynamics at play in the United States Senate that I think warrant our best efforts to try to pass this thing. Unlike March of 1964, when the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was passed by the House, when it had a 51% approval rating with the American people, the Save America Act is supported by 80 or 85% of all Americans today. And unlike the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which when it arrived in March of 1964 in the Senate chamber, it faced a daunting, seemingly insurmountable cloture deficit of 32 votes. Mr. President, we have a cloture deficit of only 10 votes. And unlike the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which was groundbreaking, revolutionary, brave, yes, but also somewhat complex, it plowed a lot of new ground, a lot for people to digest, to understand how it might work. This bill, the Save America Act, is relatively simple. It's only 28, 29 pages long. And I think one of the reasons for its popularity is that people intuitively understand the need to do it, and most people can tell you what it does. It makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Well, how does it do that? Voter ID and proof of citizenship. It's that simple. So yeah, it's hard. Yeah, we face a cloture deficit. We've overcome harder obstacles before. We can do hard things, Mr. President. In the United States Senate, perhaps we sometimes forget that we can do hard things, but we can. And I assure you, we must. And if I have anything to do with it, we will. Now, I know that some want to give up, and I know that far too many of my colleagues who want this bill to pass maybe are wondering, how do we do it? I'll tell them, hold on. Have faith, have hope, and have the courage to stand up and continue to defend what it is that we know our voters want, and what in our hearts we know is right. What we know in our hearts the American people need and deserve. It is, after all, already against federal law for non-citizens to vote in U.S. elections. So why not make it official? Might not make it real, might not make it enforceable. You see, because this ties to one of the other arguments made regularly against the Save America Act, however disingenuously, however shamefully. One of their favorite arguments against the Save America Act is we don't need it. We don't need it because non-citizens don't vote. In fact, they don't register to vote. Because, and here's the kicker, because it's already illegal. You know how crazy that is? You know how absurd that makes you look when you make that argument? That literally is like saying we don't need police to enforce the law because crime is already unlawful. It's like saying we don't need to require liquor store operators to ID their customers to make sure that they don't sell liquor to children because selling liquor to children is already illegal. This makes no sense. In fact, what they're arguing with against the Save America Act is arguably even more absurd than those two extremely absurd hypothetical examples I just provided. Why? Well, because our system of laws, yes, makes it unlawful for non-citizens to vote, but our system of laws, because of the way this has been interpreted and the way it's evolved over the years, it makes it impossible to detect. And when something is impossible to detect, it's impossible to enforce. Now, it's not impossible to detect in the sense that if you run the voter registration files through the SAVE database, as many states, primarily those run by Republicans, have done, it's pretty easy to figure out who shouldn't be registered and to remove them from the voter database, to remove their voter registration, or at least their voter registration, for purposes relevant to federal elections. So it's not that hard if you're a state that doesn't want non-citizens to vote, because non-citizens voting in federal elections is unlawful. So that's really what we're talking about here, isn't it? It's about the states that don't care. It's about the states that know they've got non-citizens registering to vote, and we do, because every state that's looked into it has found them. And just from the few states that have started doing it, we know of thousands. I suspect before long, we will know of tens of thousands just from the small handful of states that have started cleaning out their voter registration files and running their data through the SAVE database. And those are just the states that are conscientious enough to try to make some effort, some minimal effort, to detect it. What are we to make then of the states that refuse to answer the most basic questions about who has registered to vote in their state? I would imagine, Mr. President, I'm willing to make a guess that some of those have some of the most rampant problems within their voter registration rolls, some of the most non-citizens. And so I will not be surprised if at the end of the day we discover that it is tens or perhaps hundreds of thousands of non-citizens who are currently registered to vote. That number could sharply spike to many millions or even tens of millions, given the 30 million plus non-citizens currently residing in this country and the 10 to 15 million non-citizens who entered this country illegally between 2021 and 2025 alone. And so we will end where we began, talking about our country's birthday, about our 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, of these core concepts of popular sovereignty, that this is in fact a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That this is a government in which a country in which we acknowledge and have acknowledged for almost exactly 250 years that governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. This government isn't legitimate without our assent, without our consent. And it ceases to be legitimate when we allow those who are not citizens, who are not part of our body politic, to exercise decisions. If everyone is family, no one is family. If everything is urgent, nothing is urgent. If everyone is given the benefit of citizenship by allowing them to vote, then citizenship means nothing. That is the core message that I wish our Democrat colleagues would accept, and I am confident they will ultimately accept as we continue to make this argument, because we're not going away. I'm not going away. I will be back on this floor, in this chamber, day after day, week after week, month after month, as long as it takes. I'm not giving up. Not a chance in hell am I giving up on this, because this is about the American dream itself. This is about the fact that when you allow non-citizens to vote, you are robbing something from the American people, from each individual American citizen, something which is distinctively, rightfully theirs. You cannot take that away. You are taking it away when you allow somebody else to cast a vote that will cancel out yours. That, Mr. President, is unfair, it is unacceptable, it is un-American, it is illegal. We must not tolerate it, and we will not. At the end of the day, we can ignore this problem all we want. I'm not going to ignore it. 85% of the American people aren't ignoring it. If there are a few people in this building who want to ignore it, so be it. But it's not going to be easy, and they will eventually have to acknowledge that they're on the wrong side of history. Just as those who stood against the Civil Rights Act of 1964 eventually learned that they were on the wrong side of history. And make no mistake, you are. You are on the wrong side of history. You will ultimately be proven wrong on this. I hope that day comes sooner rather than later for your sake, for mine, and for those of all we represent. Mr. President, I fundamentally believe that America's best days remain yet ahead of her. They remain yet ahead of her because the American people, as Winston Churchill is noted to have said, perhaps apocryphally, perhaps accurately so, that the American people will always do the right thing after they've exhausted every other alternative. If Mr. Churchill didn't mean that as a compliment to the American people, I nonetheless take it as such. It is what we do. As I noted at the beginning of my remarks, we have certain aspirations that we try to live up to that are embodied in our founding documents, in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. While we have at countless times done so imperfectly, and at countless times we've fallen far short of that to which we've agreed before God and before government, we know when we need to do better. And this, Mr. President, is one of those times. Almighty God intended this land to be a land of liberty. A land of liberty, I hope and pray it always will be. As we honor him, as we honor our founding documents, and perhaps most importantly, as we honor each other, as we honor our own citizenship and that of our fellow citizens. In order to do that truly, we must pass the Save America Act. I will be back again and again until this is done. I have miles to go. Many, many miles in this journey. I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. And it's not time to sleep. That time is in the future when this is done. Until then, I will not rest. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate stands adjourned until noon tomorrow. Thank you.